This conference will now be recorded.
Okay, you can go ahead, Doug.
Okay, and there's Jeremy now. Okay, so want to call to order the Board of Ed meeting, April 27, 2020, by GoToMeeting. And we've got a fair amount to cover here. I see Jenna Rufo is here, so it'd be great to hear from her in a little bit. With that, I will, I'll pass the meeting to kick us off to Dr. Henning Piedmont. I think we might have some announcements before we get going.
Sure. Actually, we decided not to have any announcements because we had we realized we had a pretty full meeting. And since we're more than likely we're scheduled for another board meeting on May 5th, we felt that if we needed to share anything, we could do that then. So we don't have any announcements to share at this point, so we can get right into the board meeting.
Okay. So I'm just looking, it looks like maybe the things have moved around a little bit. So I'm missing the I have a printed out version. I'm just, do we want to do the presentation first from Inclusive Schooling?
Dr.
Or yeah.
She's here, she's ready, absolutely. Janine will just take a second to project the presentation.
Okay, so before we go there, I'm actually just looking at here. I think I've got my pages all mixed up here. Wait a second. Just too many screens and too much. Yeah, okay, so let me just cross a couple things out here. So announcements we will take out. Okay.
I believe Melissa had administrative comment for tonight.
Yeah, that's I think what Valerie, you just mentioned you guys are going to skip.
We don't have any comments. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so well, with that then, let's just open. I know there's a fair amount of public here, so I think I'd like to open up the public comment first before we get into Dr. Rufo's presentation. Let me just share a couple things. So please keep it to 3 minutes. The public comments, Janine will call on you. And Janine, does everyone have their own mute buttons at this point? Everyone can mute themselves on or off, is that correct?
They should be able to unmute themselves. They should be able to toggle on or off.
So a request.
And if everyone could mute their buttons.
Yeah.
I muted everyone and some people have turned them back on. So could everyone please mute themselves except for when you are called on to speak?
Yeah, so Janine has a list. She'll call on you. If you want to make a comment and you haven't, you can always send us an email. You haven't sent her a request. If you email her, she will try to look at it to add you to the list. Can't make any promises there. But I think we've got at least 7 or 8 people who've written in and want to make comments. Is that correct, Janine? What's the number at right now?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So why don't we start there, and then just to give you a preview of what we're going to be focused on for the board meeting we've got a report from a review of special ed in parts of the district that Dr. Rufo from Inclusive Schooling will provide. Hopefully, we're looking to keep that at about a half an hour. I think there will be more conversations on that topic in the weeks and months to come. And then we're going to go into the school budget. You've seen different emails coming in with a variety of different thoughts and concerns. We continue to read those. I think anything that we've talked about already as a decision we've already made are the only decisions we've made. Nothing else has been a decision made, which I think is important. I think oftentimes there's a discussion of certain topics and it starts to take on legs in the in town that it's been a decision made. And so the only decision we've really made right now is to reinstate the music position that was a proposed cut. But that's the only decision that's been made that's different from some of the stuff that we presented at the March 2nd board meeting. So with that, let's open it up to public comment, and Janine will be clocking it at 3 minutes. Please try to keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Okay. The first person is Melissa Jean Miller. Are you with us?
Yes, hi, of course. Hi, how are you? My name is Melissa Jean Miller from 370 Warburton. My son is Keelan Drabo. He is attending Hillside Elementary in the communications class. I was hoping to see the presentation before I commented, but basically I just wanted to reiterate how important it is for an inclusive school, especially with kids like my son who are fairly nonverbal, to have someone like a behaviorist and the tools they need to succeed within this district. I do not want to have to take my son out of this district and move him into a school where his sister isn't there, which is basically his only friend, in the world right now. And I just wanted to basically speak to that. And I understand other programs are important to a lot of parents here. And my son's in a class that there aren't a lot of parents, so you're not going to hear from a lot of us. But my son's needs are important. They're protected by the federal government. And if he is not given what he needs, then I'm just going to have to make sure that he is in a place that appreciates inclusive schooling and understands that putting him in a class where at the moment, when he's mainstreamed in for a snack or for something, he's just basically, a success is him sitting there and not saying anything and just being present. And that's not true participation. True participation is being able to be with your peers and them understanding you and you understanding them. And it's a disservice not just to my son, but to all of the kids in his class if there isn't a program that appreciates that and truly allows him to thrive in his own way. The stakes for a child like mine are much higher than for a general education child. If he's not given what he needs, he could end up in a home, or he could end up hurting himself, at the school. Like, these are very important things. They're not just things that would be nice to have. These are necessities for children like mine. And that's really what I wanted to say today.
Thank you, Melissa.
The next person is Jennifer Destin. Jennifer,
I'm
are
here.
you with us?
Yeah, no, I'm here. I'm just slow. Hi everyone. It's Jen Destin. I'm at 140 Fairmont Avenue. I've been struggling all day to think about just how to say what it is that I wanted to say, which fundamentally boils down to that as we listen to Dr. Rufo's presentation, which I don't have any knowledge of, I haven't seen, but I just can't underscore enough the importance that we view as a district that the notion of inclusive schooling should be our absolute goal across the three buildings. I know tonight she's going to be speaking in the context of the middle school. And I think for many of us, when we think of a middle school, we think of it as a bridge between sort of a more supported learning environment in elementary school to one that's really about independence and full academic rigor in a high school. And for that reason, ensuring that children can be taught in the least restrictive environment possible in middle school, I mean, it's important in every building, but it's so important in that building. What happens when a child, for whatever reason, cannot be taught in that least restrictive environment is that they become more supported, which can foster less independence and allow them to not have the access to the most ambitious and rigorous path that each child can achieve.
Jen, did we lose you?
Yeah, I lost sound, guys.
I'm so sorry. When was the last thing I said my name?
No, we heard a lot. We
Okay,
heard a good.
but yeah. So when this at this moment in time in the middle school environment, it really is so important for children to be able to access the most inclusive environment they can. And often what can stand in the way is that, parents can feel they need to make a choice between putting their child in a more gen ed environment or having them be supported. And I think that we should not, our expectations should be that both should happen at the same time. So I'm looking forward to Dr. Rufo's presentation. I also wanted to share my support of the program that Valerie and Melissa have outlined regarding the summer program for children who with IEPs or 5 and 4s or who are ENL learners, any child who might need support after a distance learning COVID-19 environment. I think that we need to
wrap up, Jennifer.
understand. Hmm?
You'll need to wrap up, Jennifer. You're at the 3-minute mark.
Yeah. I just think we need to understand that this is severely impacting some children. And I was so hopeful when I saw it. I hope that remains a priority as we move forward.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next person is Elizabeth Hylaka. I'm not sure how to pronounce the last name.
Don't worry, it's a rough last name. My name
How do
is
you say it?
You say it Hylaka.
Hylaka. Okay.
Don't have to say it too often though. I also wanted to reiterate what the two comments were before, and I forgot the name of the first speaker, but she mentioned that the stakes are very high, and that in reference to Dr. Rufo's report and just an inclusive look throughout the district and specifically in the middle school, that the stakes are very high, absolutely, for every child, and there are necessities for every student that I think Dr. Rufo did a great job doing a thorough investigation, speaking with multiple stakeholders, and just briefly looking at it myself, like following these recommendations, I think will truly lead to elevated learning for every student, and also, more importantly, an elevated pedagogy of everyone interacting with these students. And when teachers are supported and they're given tools and they're given strategies, every student that they interact with has a more elevated experience. So I just want to be another voice of support and really an attention paid to what this will really look like if this is given, I think the attention and the credence that it really needs to be given. Thank you.
Thanks, Liz.
Okay, the next person is Nanisha Nunez.
Hi, everyone. First, I want to say thank you for the work that you're doing, especially in these unprecedented times. I really appreciate even just being given the opportunity to virtually come talk to you. So thank you. I decided to make this public comment for 2 reasons, mainly because of the things that I was hearing about the budget in the last couple of meetings. So first, I wanted to just express support for a statement made by Tim last week regarding the foreign language program. Well, and as someone who studied language development, and even as the previous FLES teacher at Hillside, although I am a keen supporter of foreign language in the elementary schools and the various benefits it provides to children in becoming global citizens, I do support the cut of the FLES position, and it saddens me to say that, but I do, and it's mainly because of the way that the program has ran. That being that it hasn't been a true language experience for children. And in fact, there have even been some culturally insensitive lessons that have perpetuated harmful stereotypes of who and what the Latino community is. But that being said, I again really wanted to urge the board to please find a way to keep the 5th grade language program, because I do believe that that's very important. And then the second reason I wanted to make a public comment was just in thinking about budget cuts. I had heard that the director of diversity position was presenting today, and I didn't know if it was because that position was being thought of to be eliminated. So in the 3-minute time frame that's been given to us, I can't really fully express how imperative this position is. Ms. Mateo Toledo brings a lens of equality into the conversation in a time when well-meaning educators don't recognize the impact and harm they can do to all students. And just twice this year, I have emailed our administration, including Ms. Mateo Toledo, regarding history lessons, which have silenced the voice of various minority groups, and they have created harmful narratives for children by telling a whitewashed version of history. Now, I will repeat, I know these educators are wonderful and well-intended, but the truth is these lessons were harmful and centered on whiteness. Ms. Mateo Toledo, as the director of diversity, is really able to see those blind spots of these well-intended educators and push the conversation and curriculum in a way that not only protects children of color, but benefits all children by ensuring that they have the educational experience they need to become meaningful contributors to a multicultural society. I could go on and on about how Ms. Toledo not only helps the administration team and her fellow teachers, but I will mention that she just provides a safe space for students of color and is a haven for families of color, especially those of us who aren't from wealth and often feel ignored. She hears us, she understands our fears as we send our children to what we feel is the best education system, but it comes with a price tag of being in fear that our children will continue to see or hear messages that cast them as less than or other.
All right, thank you, Nanisha. Nanisha, we need to wrap up. You're over now.
So just please just think about that as you move into the conversation about it. Thank you.
Thanks, Anisha.
Okay, our next person is Lisa Eggert-Litvin.
Oh, hi, thank you. Lisa Eggert-Litvin, residents of Hastings. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, great. 3 points that I wanted to make about 3 different positions that I believe are potentially being considered to be cut. One is the Farragut HHS ELA coach, Dr. Rochelle Mitlak. And I understand that there's going to be, trying to move some people around to cover her work. And I think she's being asked to go. That's what I'm surmising from the last meeting. But what I want to point out is Dr. Mitlak is not just extraordinary in how she helps students. I mean, she has helped students make gains in reading, several years worth of gains in 1 year when other people in our district have not been able to do that. And why? Part of it is what an extraordinary academic background she has. She holds a doctorate, she holds a master's from Harvard. These are not candidates that we typically see. And not to say that someone else can't do it, but she is doing it and she's extraordinary. She also can teach balanced literacy. So by keeping her, we do not have to dedicate almost $50,000 to balanced literacy work at Hillside from an outside provider. Second point I want to mention is on the chopping block. Sorry, I think my children just got noisy. On the chopping block is also assistant coaches. I know this seems to come up every year, and then people who are involved in sports come out and say, no, we need them. Well, this year the proof is in how we did. I mean, we win. Our basketball is amazing. Our soccer is amazing. And I mean, maybe while the board, maybe y'all aren't involved in sports, but for kids who are, this is life-changing. And assistant coaches cost a total of $20,000. Just to offset that, we're paying $34,000 to transport 4 children on a private bus to Masters. If they get train passes, that covers assistant coaches. And lastly, I just want to speak to the point that my fellow former board mate, Manisha Nunez, just did about Janice Mateo Toledo and the role of Director of Diversity. We're not sure. We're unsure if this is on the chopping block or not, but Manisha and I were both on the board when that position was created, and it's extraordinary. And if you think about the different groups of kids that we have, there is nothing dedicated to the voice of children of color in our district. There's no parent support group, there's no department. Even just last year, it was always stuck with something else. For years, we've had a committee about diversity, but social and emotional learning was put in there too. There was nothing just for the students of color. And I can't tell you how meaningful her work has been and how extraordinary she is. those of us who sit on the diversity committee, I know Jody, you're on it, you know, the work that Janice has been doing with us has been extraordinary and helping us see our own implicit biases. Her position is critical, and it is critical to not just the academic success of our children of color and our children not of color, but to their health and their emotional well-being. Okay, I will. So in the end, please keep this position. It is essential. And again, just one last point. It's not just children of color, especially children of color who are not affluent. Their experience is different in this school, not for all of them, but for many. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Lisa.
Okay, the next person is Yakira Samuth.
Hi, my name is Yakira Samuth. I wrote a letter in support of Ms. Mateo Toledo's position as diversity coordinator. She has been instrumental in supporting the discussion of racial equity, inclusion, and diversity within the school district. And I hope that you reconsider cutting this programming of the Courageous Conversations course, the Multicultural Book Fair, the high school's racial affinity group, and district-wide diversity committee meetings, and so much more that Ms. Mateo Toledo has helped run. Until this year, my senior year, I personally have not been as involved in the discussion of diversity and inclusion within the school, and I would accredit my newfound engagement with Ms. Mateo Toledo creating space for these groups. At diversity committee meetings, I have been given a voice as a student of color to faculty members and village members as well. At affinity group meetings, I have become friends with so many intelligent students of color, and we were just starting to find our own voices. And I hope this opportunity for inclusion will not be taken away from future students. Through engaging in open, honest conversations with my peers of color in the racial affinity group, I have learned that we can address these issues not only through discussions, but through action. One of the projects our group began was interviewing a diverse array of students about their honest thoughts on racial matters and diversity. Through these interviews, our group was trying to bridge the gap between our small collective of students of color and the wider student body. Until the school shut down due to the coronavirus pandemic, I was looking forward to hearing from Speaker Kevin Richardson of the Central Park Five about justice in America, and from other speakers whose stories consider important contemporary issues of racial justice. These opportunities for high school students are rare, and I think what makes the Hastings School District unique is that we pride ourselves on being brave enough to have these courageous conversations. Cutting this crucial funding and getting rid of Ms. Mateo Toledo's position as diversity coordinator would hinder such an opportunity for future students of the district. I hope you reconsider. Thank you for understanding. Yakira Samuth.
Thank you, Yakira.
Thank you.
Next person is Sophia Eliasi. Sophia, are you here? Okay. If you join the call shortly, let us know. So let's go to Zamir Ayaspavici. Zamir?
Yes, Yesepovich. How are you? I hope everyone's well and healthy. Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes.
Okay. No, the reason I wanted to comment is, as everyone is more than acutely aware, we're all living through the coronavirus pandemic right now, and I want to make sure that, especially for as the school hopefully will reopen, that we have some sort of a policy that can be made clear to any vendor that the school deals with every the whole, that is, that we expect them to have a certain pattern and practice of dealing with their employees' safety and security in a way that would make our district proud. I think it would be a shame, especially for this district, well, for all, but since we pride ourselves on being progressive and looking at others, to only want to deal with those vendors who provide their employees with protective equipment, who ensure that their safety, security, be it with whether taking temperature, whether ensuring that they are standing the required distance from one another, but doing the things that are necessary not only to obviously reopen the business. And as a self-employed businessman, I'm acutely aware of the difficulty that, you know, self-employed and all business owners are suffering through, but that the employees' safety and security is at the forefront. And I think there's a way of presenting that to any of our vendors. I think that would not only be great for those employees that may not know that that's what we're doing when we insist on when their employers are doing business with us, but also district. We keep true to our progressive community. That was it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Next person, I believe Andy Zimmerman wants to speak. Andy, are you with us?
I'm not going to speak right now, but maybe in the second comment period.
Okay.
All right.
Is there anybody else who would like to speak? Okay. Doug, those are the only folks that emailed me.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for everyone's comments. Obviously all extremely important at this difficult time. So with that, I'll pass the meeting over to Dr. Hannah Piedmont to introduce inclusive schooling, and Dr. Rufo, and she can kick off that presentation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sunheiman, Board of Education and trustees. Just as in the way of kind of a context for how Dr. Rufo came to be here in Hastings. When Melissa Szymanski and I arrived during our transition time, it was an opportunity for us to learn as much as possible about some of the concerns that parents had in the district, and areas that you know, they felt that we should be spending our time sort of getting to know as quickly as possible. In addition to that, we were also, during that transition, had conversations with Laura Sullivan and Tesfa Stewart, again, as part of the transition of getting to know people and asking questions about the system and seeing the entire system from various perspectives. When I met with Laura and Tesfa separately, I asked them whether they knew about the inclusive schooling program, and particularly or inclusive schooling organization at this point, which I came to know through participation in a summer leadership institute on inclusion about 8 or 9 years ago at Syracuse University, which is where I met Dr. Julie Costin and Dr. George Theoharis,
Valerie. Valerie.
Summer Leadership Institute on Inclusion.
Valerie, can you hear me, Valerie? Can you hear me, Valerie?
There's a lot of background. I can hear you.
Okay, everyone hit mute. If you're not talking, please hit mute on every machine that you have. I think we ran into this last week.
Yeah. I'll mute everyone, and then Valerie has to unmute herself.
Okay, that's so much better. So I learned about about the school leadership institute or academy that operated at a Syracuse University under the leadership of Dr. Julie Costin and Dr. George Theoharis, as a result of me asking this question: who's doing the most innovative, groundbreaking work in special education in the country? And that answer was Dr. Julie Costin and Dr. George Theoharis at Syracuse University. And so I attended my first institute about 8 or 9 years ago, and had since been to 4 of those, and in my previous district, Dr. Costin conducted a program review, and which led to some work in the district to provide some professional learning to enact the recommendations from the program review. So during my transition into Hastings, I mentioned that experience to both Laura and Tesfa to ask them if they had attended one of those institutes or knew anything about it. And they took notes and enrolled themselves in the, signed up for the conference and attended. So that became the context of really thinking about how do we take the input that we receive from a number of stakeholders in the district about ways in which our special education program, particularly at the middle school, had some opportunities to be shifted in a way where it better served, all children. So with that said, we had a conversation and with Dr. Costin, which then led to Dr. Costin designating Dr. Rufo to be the program reviewer for Farragut Middle School. And that decision was also data-driven. One of the things that Melissa Szymanski spent a great deal of time doing during the months of July and August is really looking at a lot of different data to understand which children weren't making, the kind of progress that, other students were making, and kind of what were some of those things that were barriers. And certainly some of the work that you'll also hear about a little bit tonight, but also later on in next month, or actually in June, you'll hear about some work that is underway this year to make some changes in the master schedule at Farragut Middle School that Gail Kipper and Chris Keogh have been working on with the master scheduler, which also removes some barriers for students with IEPs. So Dr. Rufo spent a full day at Farragut Middle School in February, as well as engaged in a lot of document reviews to look at a lot of the data associated with the progress of students with IEPs and other demographic data. And in that program review, Dr. Rufo will share with you today some of the things that she learned or gleaned from her review. In addition, she'll start with an overview of what is the purpose of a program review, some of the current research that's really important around inclusion, and then the findings and her recommendations. But just a little bit about Dr. Rufo. She spent over 20 years in education. Dr. Rufo has advocated for inclusion and equity in public education as an assistant superintendent, special education director, teacher, and policy specialist for State Department of Education. She has led the transformation of special education services in a large public school system for one of the mostly self-contained and segregated classes to an inclusive service delivery model. In addition to her work for inclusive schooling, Jenna has been a featured presenter at events such as the Atlantic Education Summit, the Syracuse Summer Leadership Institute, which is what I mentioned where I have attended, the National Principals Conference, the Pennsylvania Council for Exceptional Children Conference, the Pennsylvania Department of Education Literacy Conference, and the Pennsylvania Education for All Coalition Conference. Dr. Rufo has a bachelor's degree in elementary and special education from Cabrini University, a master's in education, planning and social policy from Harvard University, and a doctorate in educational leadership from Immaculata University. She views inclusive education as her calling and is passionate about providing quality education for all students. So we welcome Dr. Rufo, the presentation, which is a summary of a report. In addition to this presentation, Dr. Rufo will also be presenting to the Farragut Middle School faculty. I believe we're aiming for this Wednesday, which is one of their faculty meetings. And if it isn't this Wednesday, then we'll schedule another date, which will be a much more extensive presentation so that the staff members have not only an opportunity to read the report, but also to prepare questions for Dr. Rufo. So with that, Dr. Rufo, I turn it over to you.
Great, thank you so much. And I wanted to begin just by thanking the Board of Education tonight and all the community members that are here. I think it really is a testament to your community when I see, close to 90 people that are on a call for a board meeting from their homes, and it's pretty impressive. And I think one of the things that really stood out to me about Hastings-on-Hudson and Farragut is that there really is a very deeply caring and committed staff and very passionate parents, and that was very clear, even though I only spent a short time there. So I'm very pleased to share with you my findings tonight. Next slide, please. So Valerie gave us a great lead-in in terms of what the purpose was. Some of the things that I was looking at specifically that were identified by the administration as areas of priority, we're looking at what barriers are impeding the growth and progress of our students with IEPs. So if they're not performing at the level that we want to see them performing at, why not? To look at the impact of placement, so where a student with an IEP receives their education, and what that impact was on their academic and social emotional growth. Also, one of the goals was to make recommendations on how to increase access, so access to the general education curriculum and other inclusive opportunities, how to increase our achievement, and then outside opportunities such as extracurriculars and so on. And there was a previous report that was done of the district several years back for special education. So really kind of looking at where the district was then and then where we are now, specifically at Farragut Middle School. So in terms of the data sources, as Valerie mentioned, I was there for a full day. I think I was there from about 7:30 to 5. It was a Friday in February. Luckily, we got that in before, I think the next week was when you shut down. So it was great for me to be there. I like to call the classroom observations snapshots because they were quick 10 to 15 minute observations. So sometimes when we do these reports, people may question, well, she was only there for a little bit of time. So how do we know that that's really accurate? And I assured the teachers, the administration, and parents that when I'm looking at things, I'm really looking at it holistically. So I'm looking for patterns across classrooms. So if I saw something that was only in one classroom, I'm not going to necessarily say that that's a finding because it could be isolated. So I'm really looking for what are the themes and the general patterns. We also did some focus groups and interviews. So I met with teams of administrators, parents, a few students, some specialist staff like social workers, counselors, speech therapists, and then also, of course, general educators and special educators. And then I looked at data. So really looking at the different sources that we have available to us, data on least restrictive environment, which I'll explain a little more in a bit. Our student achievement data at Farragut, and then staffing. So how are the staffing and the resources allocated? In terms of the methodology, so I reviewed what the sources are. What we use in these reports is called a constant comparative analysis through deductive and inductive approaches. So in an inductive approach, you're gathering data, you're looking for patterns, and then you're coming up with a theory or a hypothesis, where the reverse is true for a deductive approach. So we develop a theory or a hunch, and then we look at the data and then say, okay, well, was that theory true or not true? So we're kind of going both ways, looking at the data, looking across the classrooms, and then trying to come up with a theme and then proving it, a hypothesis, and proving it or disproving it. I also compared the data to New York State as well as national data, particularly when we look at the least restrictive environment. So just a few terms for those in the education world. I'm sure you have heard all of these terms, but if you are a parent or a community member tuning in, one of the things that you'll hear me reference is least restrictive environment. And a lot of times we hear about inclusion and least restrictive environment being used simultaneously. Least restrictive environment is what the federal law defines as the area where a student with disabilities can make the most progress appropriately without being removed. So it's generally presumed to be the general education classroom. And before we remove students to other settings, such as special education or pull-out programs or out-of-district placements, that we really need to move along that continuum of services and consider general education first. Free and appropriate public education, or FAPE, is the term that you'll hear used in the federal law IDEA, Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. Essentially just means that we need to provide that quality education for all students, regardless of their disabilities, or abilities, and that particularly students with disabilities do have protections under that law. In terms of inclusion, inclusion isn't referenced in the federal law. It's a practice and a philosophy. So it's something that we do, but it's also something that a staff and a community has to believe. So it's really about, while it's educating students with and without disabilities alongside one another, it's bigger than that. So it's really valuing diversity and difference, making sure that all voices are heard and that everyone is really seen as a valuable member of the community who has a lot to contribute. So that's really inclusion within the context of LRE. So before I go into the findings, I just wanted to share also some research that underpins the best practices in special education. So previously, and there has been a lot of belief in the past that self-contained or separate settings have a positive effect or impact for students with disabilities. The belief is that a smaller class size should have fewer distractions, more structure, more individualized instruction. And unfortunately, while that was the goal and the intent of specialized programs, that does not hold up in the research. So decades of research has found that for students with disabilities, when they are included in general education, they have higher achievement outcomes, they have better social, emotional, and behavioral outcomes, and less discipline referrals than their peers who are pulled out. It's also beneficial to students without disabilities. So sometimes you will hear a concern, well, what about the other kids? So how is having a student with a disability in this class going to impact the progress of the rest of the class? And really that belief that you have to have either excellence or equity is unfounded. You can have both. And that's really what we're striving for in an inclusive class, that all students benefit, including students who do not have disabilities. And it's also important to note that strong general education is really critical and important to special education. So we want to make sure that our general education programs and our curriculum and instruction is very tightly aligned, because if there's any weaknesses there, we tend to see over referrals or maybe a lack of ownership for students with disabilities. So it's really about making sure that we have a really solid core program in addition to our special education services. Okay, so now we'll get into the data. So the first one is the achievement data. You can scroll down. So what you're going to see here, this is the Farragut Middle School ELA scores, and we're looking at general education scores versus special education scores. So you'll see on the left in general education, we have about 72% of general ed students who are proficient, scoring in those top 2 performance levels, and 28% scoring not proficient. And when you move to the right, it's pretty much the complete inverse. So 72% proficient for general ed, 69% not proficient for special ed. So the graph is totally flipped for special education students. So we only have about 30% of those students in special ed programs meeting proficiency at the middle school level. And this next graph will show you the math. So general ed looks pretty similar, about 70% proficient, 30% not proficient. And then when we move into the special ed graph, it's a little more dramatic there. So only 17% of students with IEPs are scoring in that proficient range. And one of the things that's interesting about this is historically our students who are identified as having specific learning disabilities, the majority of those kids have learning disabilities in reading. But sometimes what we'll see in schools across the country that are pulling kids out to special classrooms is that they have that, if they're pulled out for reading or ELA, they're also pulled out for math, when really that might not even be an area of need or disability. Okay, next. Okay, so we're going to look at the least restrictive environment data. And what this data shows is every state is required to report to the federal government the percentage of students with disabilities who spend the majority of their day in general ed. So the majority of the day is defined as 80% or more. New York State in general is significantly behind national best practices and inclusive practices. Only 58.5% of students with disabilities are included in general ed for the majority of the day. And the New York rates 39 out of 50 states for inclusive practices. And the reason that I think it's important that we look at that is because when we think of the New York State percentage, which is already low, so sometimes, you know, we do work in states where they have a lower percentage, people might think, well, that's what everybody's doing. That's what everybody's doing in New York, but it's not necessarily what's going on elsewhere. But if we look at that 58% of New York students being pretty low for the amount of kids included in general ed, the percentage at Farragut is even lower than that state average. So that first bar shows us that 48% of our kids with disabilities at Farragut are in general ed for 80% or more of their day. So about half of the students with disabilities. Then we have 36% that kind of spend between 40 and 79. These are the federal reporting categories. And then 3% that spend less than 40% in general ed, so students who are pulled out for the majority of the day. And then 13% that are educated out of district. Next slide, please. So this next slide looks at the percentage of students included at each level in the district as a whole. And what you'll see, I want you to look at that blue bar, because the blue bar, the first one, is the amount that shows the kids or the elementary schools. So if we look at 65% of elementary students that are included for the majority of the day, when they transition to middle school, that number dips down to 48%. And then when they go to the high school, it climbs up a little bit more. So that's telling that, you know, maybe there's something that's a little off, because you wouldn't, if I would expect to see that number either declining steadily or kind of remaining a plateau or increasing, but to have sort of that zigzaggy pattern is a little unusual. So the middle school does include students at lower rates than the other buildings in the district. Okay, so those were the broad brush data pieces. There's a lot more data analysis in the report, but those are kind of the highlights. Now I want to talk to you about my key findings from my site visit, and then as well as looking at the data a little more in depth. So first I wanted to talk about the strengths. I found the staff at the middle school to be very caring and dedicated. And I remember asking a question just starting out by saying, so tell me what you're proud of. You know, what is something here that you feel Farragut does really well? And one of the staff members said, well, I think we're proud of our kids, which I thought was just a really telling positive response. Similarly, there's a very intelligent group of parents that are very committed. So I was really impressed by the people. In my snapshot observations, I also observed some very strong writing instruction, and I think pretty rigorous even at the 5th and 6th grade level. Another thing that came out in the interviews and the focus groups were the inclusive extracurricular opportunities. So music, theater, and sports were all mentioned as things that both parents and staff felt were really positive experiences for students. And then the supportive families, once again. So the next section is our areas that require some further investigation or improvement. And as I mentioned earlier, really this is based on the triangulation of data. So it's not just, you know, 10 minutes in the classroom, it's looking at themes across the classroom and then themes in the data. So these are our broad buckets, and I'm going to go over each one of these in a little bit. So the first is the belief in the value and necessity of separate programming. So belief that was largely pervasive at the middle school level, that the special programs and classes hold a value. There was some over-clustering of students with disabilities in certain classes. Another thing to look at is the efficacy of co-teaching and a reliance on one teach, one assist, and I have some theories as to why that might be. And then looking at a need for greater differentiation and more access to the curriculum. And then developing a coordinated approach to special education and more opportunities for collaboration between staff and parents. So let me go through each one of those quickly for you. Next slide, please. Okay, so in looking at all of those broad areas, one of the things that in terms of recommendation I would make is refining the vision and then for special education and convening a steering committee to really look at that vision and then develop a plan for the future. So as part of that core team, it was shared with me that there is a vision for special education, which I reviewed, but I'm not sure how many people will be able to tell me what that vision is at the different levels and then how we're executing it. So as part of that group, I would suggest convening administrators, teachers. I would include parents on the steering committee as well, to look at some of the needs that are identified in the report, including human resource redistribution and scheduling. So instead of really filtering all students with disabilities into a co-taught class, how can we maybe look at some more natural proportions so that we don't have a lot of students that are sitting in 1 or 2 classes, and then looking at those special classrooms. And if we start dissolving some of those, then that frees up the staff to be redistributed elsewhere. And then also looking just at the curriculum and instructional supports that are available, the student achievement data, and then the climate of the school. For the inclusive service delivery model, I'm going to recommend looking at some more co-teaching as well as itinerant models, which will come up in one of my later recommendations. And then this group should be making a timeline. I do have a suggested timeline that I think is a starting point, and then communicating that vision to staff, parents, and the community members. So really using this data to come up with a vision for the school for special education, and then communicating that out. Okay, next please. Okay, so strategic grouping and scheduling for more inclusive classrooms. So what I found was we had a lot of supports that were filtered into single classrooms because students with disabilities were clustered or concentrated in particular rooms. So there might be one room where there are multiple staff members, so a special ed teacher, a regular ed teacher, even 1, 2, or 3 aides all in the same room because the students were all scheduled in that same class. And when we're scheduling, when we're looking at how we allocate our resources, what we like to do is adhere as much as we can to natural proportions. And what that means is the natural proportion for Farragut is about 12% of the school has an IEP. So when you're looking at class composition, ideally, it would be about 12% of each class has students with IEPs. Now, I know realistically that will not happen because there does need to be some level of clustering so that we can provide those supports. So I would recommend no more than 25% of the class be students with IEPs, because when we start putting too many kids into one room, then we're kind of missing the boat in terms of having students that have other appropriate peer role models and diverse classrooms. So we want to look at lessening that percentage of kids and kind of sprinkling them throughout a little more. I also feel that looking at distributing human resources based on needs rather than labels will assist in more inclusive ways. So if there is a development of some type of intervention block, then a student with a disability doesn't need to automatically be assigned to a special ed teacher. If that student has a reading need, perhaps she's best served by a reading specialist. And similarly, you might have a general ed student who needs some organizational support that could really benefit from a special ed teacher. So really looking at the staff in more flexible ways instead of locking them in just based on the student categories. For the self-contained classes, I'm going to recommend beginning to dissolve those because the data really is not supporting its continued use, particularly when you look at the mathematics achievement data. And I'm not advocating for access at the expense of intervention. I want to be clear about that. So there are students who will require additional reading and mathematics support, but we need to look at how can we schedule that more effectively so that those students aren't being pulled out of general education for really large blocks of time. And that kind of goes into my next point, which was adhering to fidelity guidelines for interventions such as Wilson reading and LLI, leveled literacy instruction, because some students who are receiving Wilson are pulled out for huge blocks of time, so they're not getting that grade level access. So while they might need the decoding intervention, they're pulled from the core, making it really difficult for them to ever return to the curriculum. And then Wilson does not call for 80-minute blocks either. So really looking at how can we really adhere to those fidelity guidelines so that we're getting kids into intervention. The intervention is research-based and time-bound. We're mediating the deficit, and then we're getting them back in, and they're not just spending really long chunks of time in there. And then looking at realigning special education staff. So you have 9 teachers there. So really considering maybe looking at 2 per grade level, and then using the 9th as an inclusion facilitator. And that person is really someone who would, when you're dissolving those classes for special class, work with students who have the more intensive needs, and not just the students, but their teachers, to support with accommodations and modifications, and really making sure that when they're in general ed, that the curriculum is being modified to the best that it should be, and they're not just kind of sitting there or falling behind. So strengthening the co-teaching service delivery model. I did observe a lot of the one teach, one assist co-teaching model, and I think I would need to investigate further, but my gut tells me, based on reviewing the schedules, that the special education teachers are just kind of split all over the place. You know, they're a co-taught class here, one over here, and then resource and special class. So they don't have a lot of time to plan with their general education colleagues. So if we can tighten up that schedule and get them at least one planning period per week, I would expect to see some use of more advanced models. When I say one teach, one assist, that refers to typically the general education teacher teaching at the front of the room, the special education teacher being a more supportive role. And special educators have some great things to offer. There's really talented special education staff, and I think we just have to make sure that you're using them to the best of their ability. And then also, how can we communicate with other team members, so related service providers, paraprofessionals, and then providing the staff with the professional learning and co-teaching to move towards those more advanced models. Training on differentiation. One thing that was apparent in multiple classrooms was there was a lot of whole group instruction, which is more of a traditional model. And when we start to look at having more diverse classes with students of varying needs, gifted students, students who may be struggling, we need to differentiate a little more. So one of my recommendations would be some more training on differentiation, looking at station teaching, and then the use of accommodations and modifications to provide access to the curriculum for students with disabilities. Next. So this one is more about opening up the dialogue and really having some open dialogue and conversation around current practices and beliefs. And I mentioned it earlier that continuing the use of some of the special classes and pull-out programs, the data that we have does not support their continued use. And one of the things that I did want to point out that I found when I was talking with staff is I did not feel that anyone was resistant to moving in an inclusive direction. I think that a lot of the reliance on the separate programming is that's what people know. And it's really hard, especially when you live in a state like New York, where there's not a lot of people doing inclusive practices, to really be able to start thinking about and conceptualizing how could this look different. And I did see an openness of the staff and a willingness to see things in a new way. And I had people that were asking me questions even in our focus groups. So what have you seen in other districts? So I think that willingness is there, but I think that there needs to be an initial conversation about what it can look like and why we need to do it. Because a lot of those exclusionary practices that aren't just evident in Farragut, there's a lot of places where this is happening. It's really rooted in culture and longstanding practices and beliefs. And in order to get commitment and not just compliance, we have to address those underlying beliefs. So it's not going to work if the administration just says, you know what, next year we're doing this. We really need to have those dialogues about why is this happening? Why aren't we seeing the results? What does the research show? And then how can we move in this direction? So I think really looking at how can we improve the differentiation, engage in some more collaboration and problem solving. And to me, the number one thing in moving to an inclusive model is an open-mindedness and a willingness to learn. So my thought is I can teach anyone skills. You know, I can teach people, this is how you modify, or this is how you co-teach, but it's that wanting to move forward and that belief system that if that's not there, there's a problem. And I think the good news is that I do see that there, and that I do think that there's a staff that is ready to start moving in this direction. Next. And the last one is just some increased collaboration between parents and staff. So I talked to the staff separately than I talked to parents, and I think that there needs to be more opportunities for dialogue. I feel that sometimes in special education, from a staff perspective, just in my experience working in multiple districts, is that there's a fear or a reluctance on staff members of what if I do this wrong? So what's going to happen? And, you know, I want to make sure that I'm doing everything right. And do they know what I'm doing in general ed? And then on the reverse, the parents may be feeling that the teachers aren't understanding them. And again, I felt like when I spoke with both groups separately, both very caring, lovely groups, and that if there were more opportunities to work together around improving this, that you could really make some great progress. So I think creating some type of mechanism for that collaboration, having parents on your inclusive steering committee, I think even just something little like a parent-teacher meet and greet where it's just informal, but maybe just geared around special education because there are some unique concerns. And then I'd also think about having a parent panel come in and maybe talk to teachers about some of their experiences, just so there's a building of trust and relationships, because it's an amazingly supportive community. Can everyone hear me? Okay. All right, so suggested timeline. In the report, I have it really spelled out with very specific details and much greater detail than I'm going here. But right now and for the summer, looking at this report and really walking through it and all of the recommendations, creating a committee, beginning that strategic scheduling and analyzing staffing, and then starting professional development. I would recommend that next school year during 2020-2021, that really be a building year. So increasing capacity through ongoing professional development, working with families. If you are making changes in a more inclusive direction, that will require some tweaking in the IEPs. So starting to look at the student IEPs. And then looking to collapse some of those self-contained classes in favor of an intervention block that would provide support for all. So that's a scheduling thing also. And then next year, looking at, if you're moving towards that inclusion facilitator model, who that person is, and then providing the training. So someone who's going to be really skilled with working with teams, with coming up with creative ideas and modifying and accommodating. And then the following year, 2021-2022, looking at some new team training and planning for any new co-teaching teams, and then implementing the restructured model, ongoing PD, and evaluation. Okay, so that brings me to the end of my report, if the board has any questions.
Yeah, let me check it. That was really helpful report, and I read the full report too, and the detail was extremely helpful. And wanted to just get a sense, Valerie, from you, given how much we have to talk about, you know, how much time, and maybe from the board as well, how much time do we want to allot to a Q&A here? How much time? I feel like we could probably do it for an hour or so. And how much time or what other venues, maybe is the question, do we have for further discussion around some of these topics? So Valerie, I don't know if you have an opinion on that topic and how much time we should allocate now.
Sure. So I reached out to Gail Kipper and Chris Keogh to ask if I could use the faculty meeting that was already scheduled on Wednesday, which meets for an hour, so that the Farragut Middle School team had an opportunity, the faculty and staff had an opportunity to review the report and also process it with Jenna. So that's already set for Wednesday. As I said, if for some reason, you know, that is impossible, we'll find another time so that this, you know, the faculty and staff have an opportunity to process this. In terms of now, I think it's up to the board. I mean, if you want to set aside 15 minutes, and, you know, we can always, you know, or 20 minutes for questions, and, you know, for questions that you have, or however you want to move forward, we can certainly do that. As Jenna said, in my own experience, there is a steering committee that is instrumental in helping to make sure that the entire system understands and has access to the report, because it is, while this is a focus on the middle school, there are implications obviously for Hillside and for the high school. So I don't want it just to be that this is just, the only issues that we need to deal with are at the middle school, but we just started there, as I said, because of a continuous sort of thread of questions and concerns from various stakeholders was the basis of our focus, along with some data that we were reviewing in July that Melissa Szymanski spent a lot of time reviewing in collaboration with Gail Kipper and Chris Keogh. So I think I would recommend maybe 20 minutes of questions and a Q&A, and then move from there.
Okay.
Great. I'm gonna jump in. If we could just jump in on the question side.
Yeah, let's do that. And let's try to maybe one question each. I know we probably each have a bunch, so.
Yeah, well, Jenna, thank you very much for the report. And the slides are excellent in terms of condensing down the important data points and cutting right to kind of giving us a clear vision of what changes you're recommending. My one question is, can you just, the one area I guess I don't exactly visualize and like you to articulate maybe more on, intervention blocks. What exactly, how does, so breaking down the separate class model, I get that, but then replacing with intervention blocks, how exactly does an intervention block work?
Sure. So in an MTSS or RTI model, there's often a block that's scheduled into the day. And I've seen it done in middle school over a lunch period. So for example, you might have lunch that's fourth period, and you would have 4L1, 4L2, and 4L3. Kids would get lunch in one of those 3 blocks, and then in the other, this is just an example, in the other 2 periods, then they would either get intervention. So for special ed students who need a more targeted intervention, that could be a time. But it's also available for anyone that needs access to their teacher. So, if a student is needing extra help, they're assigned someplace, but then there's also some flexibility that they can go visit other teachers. You can also look at middle school, it's a little different, but if there's gifted and talented services, looking at maybe scheduling that there rather than pull out. So it's just trading off so that if you have that built in your schedule, then you don't necessarily need to remove students from general ed to get those services.
Great, thank you. So just sorry, I know we just promised one, but so it's something, it's to the effect of like you have a lunch block and you take that lunch block and you break it up into the 3 equally separated pieces, and now kids all of a sudden can kind of use that lunch block maybe more efficiently, eat quickly, but then get intervention help, or there's gifted and talented, parts during that time as well. So, it's maybe redeploying an existing block during the day. Is that a reasonable synthesis?
Right. I mean, in different schools do it differently. So the lunch is one way. I've seen at elementary schools, they have something called win time or what I need, and that's kind of built in, maybe shave off some time from ELA for the intervention block. So there's lots of different ways that you can do it.
Okay, correct. Got it. Thank you.
Jump in. Thank you, Jenna, for such a clear and cogent presentation. It was really helpful to hear you explain it. So I'm excited about what you proposed. And I think a lot of the strategies teachers would learn would be, just good teaching, right? Good for everybody when you know all of these different approaches and strategies. There are many kids in Gen Ed who also like to be taught in different ways. So it's an exciting approach. I wonder, do you help the school, or does the school take it from here in terms of delineating exactly how the timeline looks for teachers in terms of getting up to speed with the different approaches and all of the different aspects of becoming an inclusion school. That's the part that feels like, wow, it could be pretty overwhelming for the teaching staff. And how do you build this so that both the children and the teachers succeed?
Sure. So inclusive schooling does do ongoing work. So if you needed support in terms of professional development and getting things up and running, that is definitely something that we could provide. One of the things that I always say, and as an assistant superintendent, I'm in a district of 13,000 students, and we moved from all mostly self-contained to a much more almost fully inclusive model. And there's never a perfect time, and people are never going to feel 100% ready. And I liken it to like having a baby, right? You're never 100%. And you just got to decide at some point, like, now is the time and we're doing it. Because a lot of times, while it's important to have a plan in the professional development and training, sometimes dragging it out for a long period of time just creates more anxiety and spinning of the wheels. Whereas when you're actually in it, and if we provide support ongoing or coaching or things along the way, you can problem solve as you're working through it rather than worrying about what might happen. So my approach too is that you do it as quickly as you can, because the kids don't have time to waste. So if we have kids who are falling behind, we don't want to keep waiting for a long period of time if we know we can do something to improve.
Mm-hmm. And can I ask a quick follow-up? So the inclusion facilitator would be the one really there consistently to go in with teachers and help them problem solve, right? And you said that person's 50% of their job would be with teachers? Or
so the way I think that position is really critical to sustainability, because you have someone that is in the building that they are really focused on that. And it's hard to quantify it, but what I like to say, it's not a direct service position. So this is not going to be someone that is pulling kids out and working with them all day. It's the reverse. So they're working with teams, meeting with grade levels, figuring out what do we need to modify, how can we do this differently, how can the facilitator be a support, and then gradually backing off. So then as people become more comfortable with it, then the special ed teacher or general ed teacher picks it up a little more. The inclusion facilitator backs off and supports in other areas. And because you always have new kids coming through, it's a role that's going to be needed ongoing. So it'll look a little different as time goes on, but there's always going to be some kids that need that.
Thank you.
I have a question. Thank you so much for the report and for the presentation tonight. One thing that we've looked at for some time is the math data in the middle school, and just sort of how striking it is and disappointing it is. And I wonder if data looks differently. I know that with different curricula, for example, I know that the Engage New York curriculum is so language dependent in both its instruction and for use by students in describing their mathematical thinking, for example. And I don't know if that particular curriculum is also an influence in the type of data we're seeing in our district.
That's a great question. I think what I would want to look at is, and I didn't look at this for this report, but what's happening at your elementary school and middle school to see, is it really a systemic issue? Is it more limited to the level? If you see, and just kind of seeing where those pockets are of where kids are or aren't performing, because if we see something kind of across levels, then it might be more of a curriculum issue. First, I think you really have to look at those special class math programs, though, because it's multi-grade. You have a 5-6 and then a 7-8, and there's no way to teach simultaneously two curriculums effectively. It's not a fault of the teacher or anyone. It's just that's really hard. You have kids that are already struggling, and now we expect the teacher to deliver two different curricula, so the students aren't getting that access. So I think the first step is you look at the access, because when students have access to that curriculum, you're going to see an automatic bump just because they're getting everything at the grade level. And then we kind of like dig a little deeper and figure out, well, is it more of a programmatic issue? For math, are there, if it is reading heavy, what accommodations can we put in place for students in terms of reading and extended time and what that looks like?
Thank you.
You're mute.
You hear me now? Sorry about that. Oops, hold on. Thanks, Jenna. I won't go over all the praising, but I appreciate the way you presented it, and also that I think we do know and believe that inclusion is good for everybody. All kids benefit. I guess one of my question to you, a question to the board, has more to do with the cost of all of this, and how do we think about the cost? How do we think about the cost right now? We have a lot of things that we're needing to think about right now, and things that we're thinking about cutting. And is this, I guess I have to wonder, I know it's not maybe not the most PC thing to say, but is this really the right moment to be considering adding in some of what this would involve adding in? In the context of the budget that we're looking at, in the context of COVID and everything we need to be planning for, other cuts that people deem to be important. I'm actually not, so that is one of my big concerns about this. And how do we go about planning for it and deciding what we'd like to do, how we would like to do it, but how we implement it, when maybe it can't be over time, but at what point can we do this that's realistic for us in the district, in terms of people's taxes, those issues that we have to consider.
Sure. So it's not my place to tell you how to spend your money. And I didn't make recommendations in terms of, I think you need to increase staff. I think reallocating staff will be really critical. And I think that there are more effective ways that you can use what you have. In terms of the investment, I would see it more around some training for teachers around these things. And I think one of the things, if, to try to be forward thinking, I've thought very deeply about this in terms of the environment that we're in right now. Now is the perfect time, because when students return from school, it is not just going to be your kids with IEPs that are struggling. We're going to have a lot of kids that are coming back with GACs, students that are going to have some social, emotional, mental health needs. The impact is going to be really large. So I think if you can kind of almost use what we're going through now as a lever for change, it can be helpful, because I think your general education staff is going to need your special educators more than ever. And if we have them tied up in these traditional roles or models where they're down the hall working, or they're running all around co-teaching, it's just not the most effective use. So if we can look at it more from what do all kids need when they return from school, and then how can we use our special education staff to be a support to everybody? Because I really believe in that alignment.
What would the cost be for professional development is one question I have. And I do also have to add in the mix, this is as a mental health professional, I guess, there are also many kids who are benefiting from this, interestingly. So I think we have to be careful that we don't decide that all kids are going to be having, whether it's academic, social, emotional, it's a very complicated picture, I think, that's going on. I'm not saying it's easy for parents or easy for kids to be home, or the summer will be easy, but we have to be careful about generalizations. But the cost of professional development is something I do wonder what it would do for us.
I mean, to me, and I think what would be really helpful for the board to see, and perhaps Jenna, you may have some historical points of view or perspectives on this. It would seem to me that one way to look at this, and again, I don't have any of the cost models to better understand this, and again, Valerie, perhaps you can help work on this. Melissa, Valerie, Jenna together, is that there's an investment of professional development, but the long term is one in which there could be a theoretical there could be a simultaneously theoretical increase in outcomes and decrease in some resources. So for example, ICT classes, classes where inefficiencies in the schedule, things of that nature, that there's a world in which you can have a win-win. I realize it all depends on execution and there's a lot of variables in the mix, but that is a theoretical world, and it's one I think that would be positive to a lot of people. But I wonder, Jenna, if you're able to talk to historically anything you've seen that maybe supports that hypothesis, that there's an actual decrease in cost with an increase in outcomes. Is that something you've seen?
I can speak from my own district and what we saw. And when we went to an inclusive model, we had a 3-year plan, and I had, there's 13 elementary schools in the district that I work in. And so while not everyone had benchmarks, so by a certain time, this was supposed to happen, another time this was supposed to happen, but I didn't tell everyone, you must all get rid of your special classes in 2015. So what that gave me was a really good control and experimental group, although it wasn't intended, in looking at the results for students with disabilities and not just our students with disabilities, our students, all students who were in co-taught classes. What we saw was that those classes way outperformed our students that were in self-contained, and even the general ed kids had some higher performance with the addition of another teacher. So there's definitely a financial component in terms of investing in the time and training, but then what you're more likely to see over time is a decrease in out-of-district placements, which are quite expensive. I think $50,000 or more for some of these places per kid. So decrease in out-of-district placements, decrease in reliance on paraprofessionals or one-to-ones when you increase the capacity of the staff. So you can never draw a straight line and say, because we did this, this is what happened, but you can kind of make correlations and look to where those similarities are. And that's what I saw in my district was certainly achievement went up and not as much reliance on things like out-of-district and other programs.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Jenna. Jenna, can you talk to us a little bit about what the training looks like, what the PD looks like? I suspect this will probably come up in your meeting with the faculty and the staff, and I'd like to understand it as a trustee.
So I like to start out with why are we doing this? Because I mentioned in the presentation, if you don't have that common understanding or the underlying belief, it's going to fall short. So really kind of building that rationale for why it's important. And then from there, I think what I would recommend for Farragut is more a differentiated approach. So how do you meet the needs of all learners in your classroom? So when I have a student that's up here and I have another one that's down here, we can't just kind of teach in the middle. So how can we meet all of those needs? And then I would also look at some co-teaching training, because while you may have had some pairs that have been together for a while, because the special ed teachers are split among multiple co-teachers, I don't think that model has been able to be implemented with fidelity. So I think we kind of have to take a step back with that and maybe undo some of the things that have been happening in terms of just that reliance on one teach, one assist. So going through the different models and then what that looks like. So those would kind of be my 3 starting points, would be the understanding of the why, and then maybe looking at differentiation, accommodations and modifications, and then co-teaching.
And then is that full staff? Is that covering the full staff of Farragut?
I think the differentiation should. The co-teaching certainly doesn't need to be everybody, just those teams.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have a question for you. Thanks a lot, Jenna. I know you mentioned collaboration between parents and teachers could be improved, and there's always that constant kind of friction or push and pull, and I assume that what you're getting at is teachers' concern about lawsuits or sort of doing something wrong that could wind up being named in a lawsuit. So what advice do you have for teachers? I mean, that's a tricky kind of line to sort of tread, and you know, I guess what advice would you have for teachers in terms of, you know, collaborating with parents without, you know, that fear kind of holding them back?
For me, what I always focus on is, you know, the lawsuits, the due process, the legal, that's noise. So of course we want to be doing everything procedurally to the best that we can, but someone is not going to sue you because you got the date wrong on an IEP. You know, it might be a moment where your special ed director is not happy about it, but there's a lot deeper issue in terms of maybe a lack of trust or a lack of relationship. So when you focus your energy on building that relationship and putting forth a really good, solid program, then the other stuff kind of falls away a little bit. But I think if we focus on more of the fear and what if they sue us, or what if I don't do everything correctly, then we don't get to what's really important, which is a really solid program and good relationships with families.
Great. I also have another question, although Sylvia, did you have a question that you wanted to ask, or? I'll ask one more question. So we have a new principal coming in.
I've just been struggling with my connections. I'm sorry, I go in and out.
Okay, you want to go and then I'll go after?
Sure. My question is actually more for Valerie and Melissa. And the question is whether or not talking about the proposal before the board is that we potentially hire a person who would fill the role of an inclusion facilitator, and that would act as a pilot at FMS for something that, if it were to be successful, we would then be able to expand to other schools. Because obviously the model that Dr. Rufo has illustrated in her conversation is quite expansive in its differences from the model that's currently existing. And so I just want to be clear in terms of what it is that we're discussing and what's being.
Sure. In my experience, Sylvia, as I said in my previous role as superintendent, a program review was conducted by Inclusive Schooling, and those findings, they're not findings that you can put into effect right away. So it takes some time, and it takes that that steering committee, which is the basis for educating the not only the system, because that's an important part, so Jenna can provide some professional learning for us, and we plan to use our Title IIA federal grant, which is provided specifically for professional learning, and Laura has funds in her special education, one of her special education grants that we'll also use. So the resources that are left in the general budget, all of $30,000 to provide professional learning to about 300 staff members, doesn't go very far. So we're going to use the existing funds, because this is a priority. And I think we all heard that special education is about general education. And, and that is, I heard that first from Dr. Costin about 8 or 9 years ago. And it really is so important to, consider this not being a special education problem. The reason why, obviously we have to focus on special education is because, our children need, better and greater access, to the curriculum. So all the things that Julie mentioned are really important. And to your question, Sylvia, whether we can afford to, go into next year with a full-time inclusion facilitator, I think we should, because the other end of this is, something that was interesting, to me in terms of just, the feedback that I've received and information that I've heard and experiences that I've been engaged in. There are, and I think the point that Jenna made about distrust of parental distrust in the system, I've seen, in reality, I mean, that's when parents place their children outside of the district on their own because they've lost faith in, something that, perhaps we're not doing, to the degree that, they had hoped. So, we can spend, use the funds, for professional learning, or we can pay, when parents choose to parentally place their children, because, we don't have the strong models that, Jenna, found as she spent some time at Farragut Middle School. And again, this is not an indictment, and Jenna said this a few times, and I appreciate it. This is not an indictment of our educators. Teaching is hard. It's in the words of Charlotte Danielson, it's hard. It can always be improved, and it's never perfect. And by acknowledging that, this support is for our special educators and our general educators and our children and our parents, it is really symbolic of thinking of what it takes to be in a truly inclusive system. So in answer to your question, I hope I answered your question, Sylvia. This is an important model that because the inclusive, if the district chose to make this a position that's a full-time position, this person would already be in the Farragut complex, so could easily support embedding that model at the high school. And of course, it certainly would be a good model, to also share at Hillside. So a lot could come from having more of that person's time, but certainly I certainly recognize what we're trying to do with regards to preparing for some additional reductions that Maureen and I will talk about when we get into the next presentation. But in terms of adopting a model that's not a sort of wait and wish model, but something that's really going to support build capacity, that's where we need to spend our time, so that we're not back to the same old place in another couple of years, but that we really truly transform some of the practices by using our the few resources that we have to make sure that we support our educators and by supporting their abilities to work effectively with different learners.
Sylvia apologizes. She lost her connection, so she'll come back on as soon as she can.
And hey, just to clarify, so are we talking about, it wasn't clear to me what we're talking about. Are we talking about an inclusion facilitator as a carved out full 1.0 FTE?
Well, that's Jenna's recommendation, but when we talked about this last week, we were committing to a 0.5 of a teacher's responsibilities, and then the other 0.5 would be dedicated to literacy supports. So we did not think of that. We weren't presenting the position in the coming year, given our budgetary realities, but over time that certainly would be wise for us to do, because it is investing in capacity and over time being able to better use our current staff and professionals to work more effectively and in align with the current research on inclusion.
Okay, all right, yeah, I hear exactly what you're saying. I'm trying to understand exactly what we're voting on. So, okay, thank you.
I mean, I would absolutely love to be able to have a 1.0 inclusion facilitator. Don't get me wrong, but I'm also the same person saying we have to, commit to more reserves, and we're going to, learn at the end of this week what the governor is going to request of school districts. So I'm a realist, but also, over time, I think we should build towards more FTE associated with the inclusion facilitator.
And I think this will be maybe part of the broader budget conversation we move into. So it's probably a pretty good transition. But Jeremy, did you have one last question?
Just a quick question. It's probably more for Valerie and Melissa, but we've got Mrs. Morelli, a new principal coming into Farragut. Will she be involved in some of the discussions that are taking place over the spring?
Absolutely. She actually is familiar with inclusive schooling. A program review was conducted in Summers as well, where she serves currently as the middle school assistant principal. So she's very familiar with the, the body of research that, that Dr. Rufo cited, and, all of the components of what a district has to engage in to actually move from the program review to the implementation of the recommendations, and the commitment to that model that does in fact, transform the entire system, not just special education. So she comes into her role, being very much, being very knowledgeable of this work, and I think she definitely will be involved in the presentation, since we're doing this, we're conducting this virtually, so it'll be very easy for her to listen to the presentation that Dr. Rufo does with Farragut Middle School.
She's also on the call right now. She's been deeply invested in collaborating with us in her transition and having a deep understanding as quickly as possible, and is fully committed to this.
As one parting thought, Jenna, can you just give us a sense why New York State is in the bottom, almost 20% in the country? Do you have any idea about that?
I wish I could tell you. I don't know. I'm not sure what it is. I know kind of New York, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, there's a high concentration of special education litigation. So I don't know if there's more students that are out of district, but that would just be a theory.
Okay. Well, thank you for taking time to come and present. I'm sure we'll continue to engage with you. I found it, as well as I think the board and probably many people listening, extremely helpful and informative, and has given us a lot to think through, and the recommendations a lot to consider as well. Valerie, any final thoughts before we sign off on this part of the conversation?
I can only say that since I've known about the Summer Leadership Institute at Syracuse University that was started by Dr. Julie Costin, the founder of Inclusive Schooling, and Dr. George Theoharis, they've conducted, correct me if I'm wrong, Jenna, hundreds of program reviews across the country, hundreds. So there is a lot of interest across New York State as well as the country to really shift the way that we think about providing, education for students with IEPs, and that again, shaping, introducing this concept that special education is about general education, and that you can't necessarily talk about improving special education without also talking about how to improve general education. So that's, in my mind, the most important part of all of this discussion, and that we would be operating on the basis of our philosophy in terms of our commitment to all learners by not just ending with the program review and the recommendations, but being fully committed to implementing the recommendations and looking at the ways in which we can work smarter. So this is also a blueprint for how we can work smarter. And again, to help our educators as well, who are working really, really hard to do their very best. And we owe them support so that they can be, the professionals that, they want to be every day that they come to school, by ensuring that, we focus on, what the research says about, what a system looks like when it's fully committed to serving all children well. So that's, sort of the I guess my final parting statement on this. And I'm very happy that we were able to have this program review, because it will help children. It will help us all to be to focus better on how to improve the outcomes for all of our learners in both the academic as well as the social, emotional, and mental health arenas.
Great, thank you. Perfect. So we will move on. Jenna, you're happy to stay and watch a board meeting, although I'm sure you've got some other things to do with your time. But thank you for taking your time today with us.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Thank you, Jenna.
Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Okay, so we want to move on to continued discussion of the school budget. There are in the agenda 6 topics here. I don't know that these are the only topics. There's certainly some interconnected topics here. And so what is the best way to move forward? I saw a deck came through which had somewhere veering towards 100 slides in it, Valerie, and I just wanted to kind of get a sense on how we wanted to go through those, and if there was a sense of priority on how we wanted to talk about this stuff. I'm sure everyone's got their own sense of priority, but do you want to just, maybe we could talk a little bit about what we want to talk about before we talk about anything, and then we can figure out to make sure we're prioritizing things. So the presentation, it seemed as I went through it, was going to take us through some scheduling stuff from different principals and building leaders, talking a little bit about some of the grade 5 world language, some of the other considerations that went into that, and then is that what this whole deck is about, or is the back end, and Maureen, you might know this better, is the back end of this deck getting at more of the other transportation analysis, some other potential COVID-19 expenses? Is it all set up in this deck? Is that what it is?
It is, Tim. Yeah. So the presentation is built around last week's Board of Education work session, where at the end, once the board reinstated the music education position, there was conversation about reinstating the 5th grade world language program as well as the 5th grade musical. And in doing so, there were conversations about other components of scheduling. One of the conversations had to do with, well, could, we release one of the world language teachers from his or her AIS duties so that that time could be dedicated to restoring the world language program, for example. There were questions about enrollment and, were classes, were teachers fully subscribed? What did enrollment look like, in different courses across all 3 schools? So, and then there were conversations about study halls and who covers a study hall and what's the purpose of a study hall, and all the contractual components that, undergird all of these decisions. So the best way to approach this was to talk about scheduling rather than to talk around scheduling, because we were, in order for, the board to see how the decision was made to put forth 2 proposals for how to reinstate world language comes from a context of having examined every place across the 3 schools where we might find that additional portion of an FTE to reinstate the world language program. So the slides are not going to be, we're not going to spend a lot of time on those. So the building leadership teams have really, spent a lot of time trying to construct this as thoughtfully as possible. And so they're going to curate, what we should be looking at in these various schedules through the departments. And as I said, they're not going to spend, a lot of time. This is just to sort of, give you a preview of how, what they have to look at when, even as budget managers, when Maureen and I went back to each budget manager 3 times to ask them for additional reductions. Each time we did that, they had to go back to their schedules and look at their schedules and look at how they were using staff. And in a number of cases, staff are used across different buildings, which further, makes it a challenge when a budget manager is trying to consider putting forth recommendations for a reduction to close the budget gap. So it's a complex process, and it's one that, as I said, is really important, to understand, not at a granular level, but to understand it at a sort of a big picture level, so that, again, it supports, by the time you get into the slide deck where you see the 2 proposals, you'll understand all the work that's gone on behind the scenes, to put forth these proposals. And then at the end, there'll be a conversation about the COVID-19 increases or proposals that we plan so that we're prepared for reentry, whenever that is, for our children and staff. And then finally, at the board work session, Maureen was asked to take a look at how we, our spending on private school students who live in the community, whose parents, whose families or parents live in the community and pay taxes, but their children are transported to private schools. So Maureen will have some of that analysis, as well as some more discussion about plans that the Rivertown school districts are engaged in, so that over time our costs are reduced as a result of creating our own model for capacity building in our district. So with that said, I want to thank all the budget managers for their time. I want to thank Melissa Szymanski for all the work that she's been doing. Obviously, Maureen is always doing something related to budget development, but our budget managers spent a lot of time trying to make sure that we created something that was thoughtful and that helped to enlighten everyone around this whole process.
Thank you. I just want to say that first of all, this took a ton of work, so thank you, as you said, Valerie. But I also want to say that I think what's really valuable in these conversations is dialogue and discussion between administrators and board members as we try to wrestle with some of this stuff. So the degree to which we can move through this with just as much time as we need, but no more than that on the slides part, so that we can really get to dialogue, I think it would be really helpful for everyone. So thanks.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to echo what Dr. Henning Piedmont said. Thank you to all of the administrators. I'd also like to thank Gerard Marciano and the theater team for working together, working collaboratively and solving some difficult puzzles. Thank you to Janice Mateo Toledo, and everything in this presentation has been put together in response to things that have come up at the board meetings in terms of questions over the past few sessions, in an effort to be transparent and to work towards addressing some of the goals that we've been given. Next slide, please. So what we'll do is we'll take you through a presentation that involves a broad overview of the school schedules to determine the use of staff and class sizes. We'll move efficiently through the department and team schedules, knowing that they're embedded in there for transparency so that you can see it at a detailed level. But for the most part, we'll focus on the logistics of creating the master schedule, the priorities, the domino effects that can happen in terms of moving people. We'll talk about the reinstatement of 5th grade world language, and we have 2 different options for that, and we'll talk about the impact. We will talk about the reinstatement of the 5th grade musical and what that will look like given working within the current budget after the proposal was given to combine 5th and 6th. Janice Mateo Toledo will talk about the role of the diversity coordinator. There was a request for more information about the roles and responsibilities associated with that role, so she will illuminate that through her presentation. Finally, the COVID-19 expenses and what we're thinking about moving into the 2020-21 school year, and finally, transportation services. So I'm going to turn it over directly to the building leaders and the district leaders with whom they've collaborated to talk a little bit about the school and move quickly through the department schedules. So first is Hillside. Next slide, please. Amy and John.
Hello, everyone. How are we doing? This is a snapshot of our master schedule at Hillside. It is a K through 4 schedule. You'll notice that depending on the grade level, times do vary. We are not on a period or block schedule K through 4 as far as the learning that's going inside the classroom. So you'll notice that the blocks of learning in the classrooms, ELA, math, and content, which content can either be science or social studies, the times do vary for learning. Also built in within the schedule, you'll see in yellow, which is the prep time. Those are 44-minute periods, blocks of time for special areas such as physical education, music, and art. And that's all depending on the letter day for each specific classroom. Also built in the schedule in italics, you'll see library, FLES, and STEAM, which are 3 other special areas that sit outside the blocks of 44 minutes, the prep time that you see on the schedule there. And then also, you'll see a 50-minute block that is dedicated to lunch and recess. There's a 20-minute lunch as well as a 30-minute recess. On the next slide, Amy will go into the FTEs for Hillside.
Good evening, everybody. When we looked at the FTEs, we broke them down into 3 different categories for this slide. The first category is that of our classroom teachers, and you'll see that our classroom teachers teach 1692 minutes a cycle, and that's our classroom grade level teachers, our STEAM teacher, and our FLES teacher. Then we also have our special education teachers who teach the same number of minutes, and those are our ICT teachers, our learning lab teacher, and our communications teachers. And then finally, our special area teachers teach 1320 minutes a cycle, and that includes our library teacher, art. We have 2.47 music, and then 3 physical education teachers. And on our next slide, you'll see the enrollment at Hillside. This is our current enrollment, where we have our smaller kindergarten enrollment, which has 98 students. We have 5 sections in kindergarten. Our first, second, and third grades all have 6 sections. And then finally, our 4th grade has 7 sections.
Thank you, Amy and John. So in working on the elementary school schedules and being creative and thinking outside the box in terms of whether or not there's any available FTE that might be implemented differently, given the current programming, we're only seeing a 0.03, and that is sitting in the music position. So now I'm going to turn it over to Gail and Chris to present the Farragut Middle School schedules.
Sure, we can move to, thank you. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the process. We were asked to kind of talk about the way in which we craft the master schedule. And these are steps here. What we do is we begin with the mandated services. Those really form the heart of the schedule, the CSE, the E&L, the 504 requirements. We have to ensure that this continuum of services are worked into the matrix. Everything else is designed from this. We can then move down to enrollment, which consists of how many sections we have, what are the class sizes we're looking to maintain. Class sizes can fluctuate. This is because in the middle school, kids can start focusing on things like world language choices. Also, mandated services might limit options for maneuvering through the schedule and applying different numbers of kids to different classes. We also have to consider number 3, which is the middle level education requirements, the New York State regulations and requirements for middle level education, English language arts, science, social studies. What is the required program for middle school students? We then move to staffing, and we have to consider really what FTE, what full-time equivalencies do we have to work with. A lot of times there's discussion about whether or not something's a scheduling issue or a staffing issue. Something that would require someone who is specifically certified in something like reading instruction would be allotted for a certain number of FTEs. So we would have to work that into the schedule, but they wouldn't be available during the entire day because of the allotment of FTEs. So when it becomes a scheduling or staffing issue, we might not have as much flexibility because some services and some classes become, in many ways, a singleton. We also have to think about shared staff, who's shared with whom, when are they needed, who's part-time, again, back to certification. At the end of the process, our goal is to make sure every single teacher is fully scheduled. We then go to contractual obligations so that we are meeting all of our collective bargaining agreements. And then we come to logistics, and it's hard having logistics so low. But once you have all of those other things in place, you might have something like an art classroom that might be taught in a fifth grade classroom. We also then consider best practices. We try very hard to make class arrangements around things such as like twins that might share, siblings that might be in the same grade, try to separate them. That might have implications with the schedule as well. Keeping certain collaborative teams, integrated co-teaching teams together. That's something we work into the best practices as well, and accommodating requests such as that. At the end, it's kind of like overlaying a dozen transparencies. I have that prism there. When everything lines up, we can get straight through to the schedule, but it requires a lot of different layers of work. We can move to the next slide. We skipped over a slide, but that was probably intentional. an overview of the schedule. We were just looking ahead to next year. We were asked to prioritize daily contact time as a result of our analysis of ESSA data. And this meant redesigning our schedule with the work of a consultant, Elliot Marenblum, to a model that fits a 9-period day, around 40-minute periods. We'll present that in the future, but we just wanted to put that out there because a lot of what you'll see tonight is our current schedule. And we've been asked to really kind of look ahead to what next year is going to look like. So in discussing things like proposed staffing changes, we need to kind of straddle 2 different worlds. We can move to the next slide. Great. So in our current schedule, you'll see that all teachers are fully scheduled to their appointed FTEs. Our core teachers teach a 1.0 FTE load, whereas our special area teachers can teach another half-year course, bringing them up technically to a 1.1 FTE. We have to consider shared staffing with Hillside and the high school. You'll see that on the schedule. We follow a 6-day rotation, A through F day. As per the contract, teachers can teach 3 blocks on one day and 2 on the other. But in the middle school, because some of our courses are broken down into 40-minute periods, certain services are provided that way. We have to work around the lunch period. It can also be 5 periods a day. All teachers must be scheduled for a duty-free lunch and a prep period daily. During their professional periods, teachers may be assigned and are often assigned additional duties and coverages. And academic intervention services are offered during our skill center. They're a part of a teacher's FTE load, and they're assigned during our AIS/AOK period. You can go to the next slide. So the current schedule, when you see it, is color-coded. For example, 6th grade's in red, 8th grade is in blue, 5th grade are different color pastels because they go through the schedule as a cohort. What we need to do is we need to make sure that the schedule lines up. We can't have more color blocks in a row than we have the number of sections in a grade. We also have to sync up every row with ICT and small class offerings. You might also notice that we can't have too many color blocks in a row when you look at it as a column. This is to ensure the time for prep and professional periods that meet contractual obligations. Also, when we get into talking about enrollment, you'll notice that Skill Center enrollment is low. This is in alignment with our work with Jim Wright in relation to MTSS models. They also fluctuate. So the number that's captured in today's report might not have been the same number that was there last quarter. We can move to the next slide. So here you see our fifth grade and our special education classes. You'll see our special education class is the most colorful section. It's going to have to match up with different grades and courses that you'll see on the next few slides. Again, our current continuum is designed around the ICT model, which means that we have teachers pushing into different grades and working with different teachers. And as a result, the special education section of our schedule really drives the rest of the schedule. We really build our schedule around special education, which we also think matches our own philosophy and core values. You can go to the next slide. We're moving over here to major core areas, and you'll start to see blocks of text that are designated to shared staff. We need to, in designing of the schedule, ensure alignment with other schools. So for example, 80% of our shared staff is shared with the high school. Currently, because we're both on a block schedule, this has lined up, but in working around the different proposals and considering the move to an unblocked schedule, this has required a little bit more consideration and a little less flexibility in some of our teacher assignments. You'll also notice at the bottom of the schedule, we start to have these AIS and AOK periods. Again, academic intervention services are provided during our skill centers. We need to have those skill centers aligned with courses that students can be pulled from. And in this model, it's the AOK classes. Students aren't required to take AOK courses. And it's worth noting that AOK courses traditionally have higher enrollment. That's because there's 4 per grade, 6 sections.
Just pause for a moment. Janine, could you please mute everyone and then Chris will unmute?
Okay, Chris needs to unmute.
I think I have, right? Great. And I recognize that music anywhere. It's good accompaniment. So if they want to pipe back in, that's great. I was mentioning the AOK courses. There's really 4 per grade, which usually results in higher enrollment in those courses than other courses because there's 6 sections divided among the 4 AOKs. It's mitigated by involvement in music and skill centers, but they're often our largest courses. So when we get to enrollment, you might see that. We can go to the next slide. We're going to be moving into specials, and in many ways, just like special education, special area also drives the design of the schedule. Special education and special areas really line up because we want to make sure that students with IEPs have access to as many special area classes as possible. That means we need to make sure that those pathways and those windows are available, but we also need to make sure that mandated services get pulled from courses that are not required according to the middle level education requirements. So that's why we often have to work very closely with the special education and the special area classes. And you can go to the next slide, Janine. Thanks so much. And here are the special area classes, and you'll see many of them are shared. The music department is over here on the right. They're shared throughout the district. There's really a ripple effect across this the schedule, mostly because of the special area classes. You'll notice that art, home and careers, technology, these are taught across the 4 grades. So I like to say if a butterfly flaps its wings in the 5th grade, there's a hurricane in the 7th grade specials rotation. Everything has to be linked and synced. And there's really not an 8th grade schedule and a 6th grade schedule because teachers teach across grades. So there's implications for really every type of shift that we make. We can go to the next slide, Janine. So we're going to see a lot of data here about our enrollment and our FTEs. Our current music staffing is presented on the left side. We're really happy to be able to maintain the program as it is. We think the world of our current staff, and we really value the programs, and we really appreciate the charge to go back and make this work. We're really happy we can do this. This also, in this FTE allotment, includes teachers assuming courses that might meet in the morning before school begins. On the right, we start shifting into our special area classes, and you'll see they have a ton of classes because they teach primarily every student in the grade, in the school. And these courses might have different weights. Some might mean quarterly, some might mean half the year, some might mean full year. So special area classes require a ton of flexibility and deciding where we apportion the different credits that they're required to have. I can go to the next slide, Janine. Health and PE. I'm sorry. Then these are more special area classes: technology, home and careers, and library. Again, are across the system. Health and PE have the same weight as our special area classes, particularly since many of these courses are matched up to our specials. So the same types of restrictions that we have with the special area classes apply to health and PE. In the next slide, Janine, we're going to move into a core content area. Here it's science, which is really a department once you do the calculations of a 4.4 FTE. And this department provides for, and this allotment provides for AIS support in the 8th grade in our earth science program, but it also has some teachers offering things that aren't science, like organizational skills and AIS classes. Many of our staff in science is shared, both with high school and with other departments. You'll also begin to notice there's some equations appearing in the enrollment boxes, and that's because those are ICT courses that include students who have IEPs, and we were asked to make sure that those were delineated. On the next slide, you'll see some familiar patterns as we go into language arts. And I think if you just go back one slide, Janine. Yeah, thank you. When we go into language arts, it's one of our larger departments because we double up language arts in the 6th grade. Again, you'll notice the ICT configurations throughout the different grades. You may also note that a language arts teacher is teaching something like journalism, and you would be correct in pointing out this is not required. However, again, we really need to make sure we lock up our AOK classes in line with our AIS classes, our MTSS support courses, and we need to make sure that those are in line with courses that kids can miss. And there isn't a state requirement for journalism, but it is a course that we're able to offer in this model. Our AOK course in general pulls on the largest percentage of FMS teachers. It's about 20% more than the average period. As a side note, it's a coverage nightmare when anyone's missing during that period. But it really speaks to the interconnectedness of that model. So what we've done in looking ahead to next year is figure out ways that we can maybe split that up and offer some more opportunities and flexibility that we'll look into in a future presentation. In the next slide, Janine, we show math, which is a very clean 4.0 FTE department. It's very straightforward. And because they're one of our smaller departments, they don't teach AOKs, and their AIS courses are actually doubled up. And when we lost our math interventionist, our math teachers had to assume some of those cases. Our next slide is social studies, where you'll see similar AOK and ICT configurations. And just when you start to get the swing of things, in our next slide in special education, you'll see a flurry of those ICT configurations, as well as classes that have lower enrollment. And those are typically our learning resource centers and mandated services like reading instruction, or our small class offerings. E&L is very similar to special education. You'll see small classes here because these are the number of students that our teachers push in to support in language arts, science. E&L is its own pull-out course. And with these courses, you'll see different numbers, and that usually correlates with the grade. So there might be one student who needs support in the 7th grade, or it might be a student that has certain other requirements. So it really depends on when we can pull these kids and when we can push into their classes. They might not always sync up. You'll also notice that Courageous Conversations is a part of our E&L staff. I know we don't have names there, but you could probably figure out that that's our director of diversity. So the next slide is our 5th grade, which is very straightforward. It looks a lot like Hillside. I'm very envious of their description because it's a very straightforward program where they're teaching all the core areas and skills enrichment. And also worth noting is that language arts would be doubled in this model. So our last slide is world languages, which is we're gonna return to in a little bit. Our work over the last week is really focused on looking critically at the world language program and how we offer this instruction. We took particularly close look at the AIS and AOK classes that world language teachers take on. Again, due to the interconnected nature of our support MTSS period, that would imply that those courses would need to be picked up by someone else. But we are also looking at ways of consolidating and condensing some of those offerings. Here, starting with French, you'll see that we really need a 1.8 FTE to maintain our current level of French programming. That would be assuming we took away the AOK. This covers grades 5 through 8. Next slide, please, Janine. And moving to Spanish, you'll see that our Spanish teachers are fully scheduled with world language classes, the exception being the organizational skills AIS, which focuses on executive functioning. It has a low enrollment. Again, that's a fluctuating enrollment that could change based on the quarter. And we've gone back, looked at that, seen ways that we can group this with something else, and maybe ask our counselors to support students in this area. So again, these are slides that we'll return to in depth when we review the proposals we were asked to develop.
I just wanted to pause a moment before moving into the high school. Are there any questions about the middle school schedule or for Hillside for that matter?
Chris, can you just flip back 2 slides? Yep, stop. On this French slide, where it looks like, just a quick observation. Nope, go ahead. Back to the other side. The 2.0 French. Nope. Yes, stop. To the quick observer, it looks like 1.0 French, and then another 1.0 French. With that 1.0 French, half of it being French, it looks like level 1A, level 1B, and then the other half of it being Courageous Conversations. Casually looking at it, looks like it's 1.5 of French and 0.5 of Courageous. You said it's 0.2.
Yeah, Courageous Conversations meets quarterly. So there's 4 different sections of Courageous Conversations. So it's really weighted a fourth of the traditional 0.2 FTE. You'll also see, for example, the French 5s, there's a lot more of those. To work within, it kind of has to be viewed in tandem with the master schedule grid to see the ways in which they're weighted. But Sparking Courageous Conversations is a quarterly class that rotates throughout the year. It constitutes a 0.2 of that teacher's FTE. The other 4 courses you see above Sparking Courageous Conversations, they meet the entire year. So on their own, they constitute a 0.2 FTE.
I got it. So it's yeah, okay, got it.
Thank you.
I just had, I don't, and we don't have to go through this in detail now, but I have one question. Is anything about, and some of this is going to be theoretical since we don't really know how some different things are going to play out in the next year, or the next couple of years, but the idea of, I think you said AOK classes a lot of times are things that kids would be able to miss because you need flexibility in that period. Does anything about this potential increased least restrictive environment and shifts in how special ed kids may be integrated into general ed classes, does that change that dynamic at all? It might be too early to tell, but I'm just curious if you have some early kind of theories about that.
I think in terms of the middle school, I think it would be too early for us to make a comment on that. We really would have to study what this inclusive schooling is going to look like and the impacts.
Okay.
Chris, can we go to the next slide? Okay, so now just for clarity, can you take me through the AIS? What's the usage on the AIS?
So the second, the second teacher, the Spanish, there's 4 very similar to the Courageous Conversations where it rotates quarterly. And those numbers fluctuate based on need identified by team coordinators. So at the end of the quarter in each of those courses, there were 4 kids remaining, but the course is designed to be fluid. So the kids that might have started at the beginning of quarter might not be reflected in those numbers. But it would.
Yeah, I'm not so interested in the enrollment side. That's kind of a separate issue. The total FTE though that's being used in this, is it 0.4 or is it 0.2?
Sure. It would be the same calculation as the Courageous Conversation. So
Same
those 4
0.2.
courses would equal a 0.2.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So let's move into the high school. Thank you very much.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes, and Gail, thank you very much. And Lou and Melissa. Yes, we can hear you, Lou.
Can everyone hear? Okay, thank you. First of all, let me apologize that my computer is running a little slow, so the slides are not catching up. So I'm about 20 seconds delayed on the slides on my screen. So Janine, if you can bear with me, I'll just tell you to move forward, and I have my copy of slides to read off of. First of all, I want to thank Melissa and also Jeanette Coker, who are integral in building the master schedules at the high school and the middle school. I would consider Jeanette Coker the master scheduler for our district. So I don't want to leave her out of the conversation, just so that people know how valuable she is in helping the middle school and the high school navigate a lot of the work that we've been doing. But I thought the board should realize that the high school operates a little differently in that, it's all about credits and it's all about graduation and diploma requirements when it gets to the high school level. While it's all well and good to schedule students, we have to schedule students in the right courses to be able to graduate them on time and with the skills that we want them to go out into the workforce or into college with. So I decided to put a slide up here so that people can see what the New York State requirements for graduation are, and these are the minimum requirements. If you look on the left of your screen, you'll see that English is 4 credits, social studies is 4 credits, and that needs to be distributed over specific coursework in global history 1 and 2, U.S. history, economics, and something we call participation in government, which I'll refer to as a PIG credit moving forward. We also students have to take 3 units of science. 1 must be a life science, which includes a lab. 1 must be a physical science, which includes a lab. Most of our students satisfy that requirement with earth science in 8th grade. And when they get into 9th grade, they take living environment. For us older generation of students, it was called biology. Mathematics is 3 units. Foreign language or world language, the state only requires 1 unit, which most students come into the high school having gained in Farragut Middle School. Visual art, music, dance, and or theater, students are only required to have 1 unit of study in any of those areas. Physical education is 2 units. We split that up over 4 years. Students must be in physical education for 4 years. So it's a half a unit per year. Health, and then there's something that they call electives, which we'll describe. So a total of 22 credits is what a student anywhere in New York State needs to graduate. I can tell you that the majority of Hastings High School seniors graduate with much more than 22 credits. As I said before, physical education is taken over 4 years. It's a half a credit per year. Health is a requirement that we normally try to get out of the way by 10th grade. We do have some students who go into the 11th grade and still not having taken health, but we tried to get it all done in 10th grade. Understand this concept of electives, especially in English and social studies. So if you look at senior level English, students have 3 pathways for senior level English. They can do an AP English, which is a full year course and satisfies their full credit for senior English, or the Syracuse University Project Advanced English course. If they don't go either of those 2 pathways, students must take a half year of English 12, which is given in the fall, and then choose an elective English credit. So while they're electives, for many of our students, those English electives actually are a required course for graduation and a half a credit towards that 4 units of English. In social studies, similar things have happened in senior year. Senior social studies is a semester of economics and a semester of what we call our participation or government or PIG credit, which could be anything from trial law to sociology to psychology. And those are electives that students must pick up. There are only 2 others that I didn't list that are full year courses that count for the government credit is your AP Psychology or your AP European History. But otherwise, everything else is an elective, but it's actually a requirement for your 4th year of social studies. A majority of our students also take 3 years of world language. Most of our middle level and high level colleges require a minimum of 3 units of world language. So while the state says we only have to take 1, many of our students are taking 3, 4, 5, and even double language in many cases. Again, 1 unit of music or art is required. Our students do much, much more than that. And many students use our science electives for their 3rd year of science and even their 4th year of science. So those are very highly subscribed courses. Okay, Janine, you can go to the next slide. I mean, I don't know if you're there, but I'm going to read anyway. So things that you would notice when we go into enrollment. First, things that we look at when we build the high school schedule is we want to cover really 4 different things. I listed 3 there, and I'm going to talk about the 4th. The schedule is built around state requirements. That's first and foremost our student needs and then our student interests. The schedule is also designed to minimize student schedule conflicts, which I'll talk to you about in a minute. And our school schedule is also built to maximize teacher effectiveness and instructional minutes. 4th thing that I didn't put up there, but is important to note, many would believe that a small school is easier to schedule than a very large school. I will tell you that it's the polar opposite. The smaller the school, the harder it is to schedule because you have less options for students. When I worked in a much larger school district and I scheduled 3,000 students, we had 15 to 20 sections of English 9. So we had English 9 periods every period of the day, which allowed students to kind of really move around to different coursework all day long. At Hastings High School, our highest sections would be 6 or 7 sections, and that would not cover every period of the day. So the smaller the school, the more difficult it is to schedule. The more singleton courses, and those are courses that only have 1 section, are very difficult for students to fit into their schedule. So I just want people to realize that the smaller the school does not make a schedule easier, it actually makes it a little more complicated. So what will you notice in our schedule? I will tell you that all of our teachers are fully scheduled. They're appointed to all of their full-time equivalents. Our core teachers, as Chris described before, all teach 1.0. Our specialists teach 1.1. For us, it's really semester and year-long courses. So you either teach a full year course for 0.2 equivalent, or you teach 2 semester-long courses, which will also count as a 0.2 equivalent. Our department chairs, which most are high school department chairs, get a 0.2 of release time. We do share staff with the middle school and the elementary school. Primarily, it's with the middle school. As far as the Hillside, it's music teachers. We also operate on a 6-day rotation. Our art core teachers teach 1,200 minutes. Our specials teach 1,320 minutes over the 6-day rotation. And just like Chris said, our teachers teach 3 blocks on one day and 2 blocks on the subsequent day. All teachers still must get a lunch and a prep period daily. And then they have professional periods, which can be assigned on the days that they only teach 2 blocks. And that's when teachers are assigned to study halls, primarily study halls, what teacher assignments on those days. Study halls are not part of a teacher's FTE. So if a teacher has a full-time equivalent of 1.0, that teacher is teaching 5 core classes. And during their professional period, they're assigned a study hall. Academic intervention services are offered as part of a teacher's FTE. Currently, we have a 0.5 FTE in AIS for ELA and a 0.5 FTE AIS for mathematics. Also, many teachers do community service or offer community service or independent studies. You'll see that in the schedule. If anywhere you see IS or independent study, a teacher has volunteered to take on another assignment. For example, one of our language teachers teaches an independent study course in Russian. That is not part of her FTE. That is something she's taken on because a couple of students knew that she spoke Russian and asked her if she would teach them Russian, and she has an enrollment of 6 students she works during her free periods. Let's move on. Next slide. A couple of things, a few more things that I'd like to cover before we go into enrollment. We talked about independent study. Also, Latin is a course that is introduced in grade 9 as another option for students. So many of our students who are doubling up in language usually double up with Latin as their second course. I also want to highlight that all digital and media art courses and photographic courses, usually that enrollment is typically somewhere around 15 and 16. And the reason for that is twofold. One, all of our digital media courses are taught in our digital media lab, which houses 16 computers. And if anybody's ever been in room 201, you know that 16 is the absolute maximum number of people you can fit in that room. So that room kind of limits the number of students that we can actually put in any of those digital media classes. So those are your media arts classes, your digital photo, your advanced media classes. In addition, our photography classes, our dry and wet photography classes, we try to keep those numbers around 16 as well because of our dark room. So we can only monitor a certain number of kids in the dark room working with chemicals. So from a safety perspective and a room space, we keep those numbers somewhere around 15 or 16 as well. And then you will notice that some of our advanced placement courses, which are very, very specific and very nuanced, and for kids who really have some special interests, those numbers tend to be low as well. Your AP statistics course varies every year anywhere between 7 and 15 students. Your AP photo and your AP art, again, somewhere between 7 to 10 to 12 students. Our AP computer science and computer programming courses tend to go anywhere between 5 to 10. We've had as much as 15 in those courses. AP music theory, somewhere around 7 or 8 is our traditional number. And AP physics C, electric and magnetism, which is a really high level algebra-based, physics-based course. That enrollment tends to be somewhere between 10 and 15 students. Those tend to be our lowest numbers of elective courses. And then obviously our HASP program takes some considerable FTEs and with a low number of students, but the success of our HASP program speaks for itself. But those classes tend to be somewhere between 5 and 8 kids per grade, and the max is 10 students per section. And we have HASP classes in social studies and English, and it starts in second semester of grade 9, and we tend to remove some of our seniors out of the English component so they can take an elective in their second semester. Okay, so let's go through the actual schedule real quick. The first couple of pages I think we can skip. It's the actual, just the diagram of our schedule, which is not going to really be helpful. I think if we go into the actual enrollment pages, page 31, Janine. So maybe we'll start with visual arts staffing. Can just someone tell me if we're there yet?
You're all set, Lou. Yes.
Okay, because I can't see it on my end. I apologize.
No, you're fine.
Okay, so, our visual arts staffing is, right now we have a 3.8 visual arts staffing. If you notice the FTEs for, these are non-core classes specials, they're 1.1 minus the release of the chair. And semester-long courses count as a 0.1 FTE. Full-year courses count as a 0.2 FTE. And you can see that our 3.8 plus our chair position is fully staffed. And we talked about the low enrollment numbers in our media classes and our photography classes. Okay, let's move on to English. English was staffed at a 7.0 FTE plus our chair. What you will notice in some of our English staffing, where the totals are, you'll see some double numbers where I've added numbers together. For example, in the second teacher, you'll see American Literature 11R ICT. That's an inclusion class. And I listed the enrollment to the right as the first number, the 16 is your general ed number of students who are general education students. And the 6 are your students who have an IEP that calls for ICT English 11, and a total enrollment of 22 in that class. So I wanted to break that out for you so you can see that the 2 ICT classes are at 22 and 25, and with a really healthy ratio of 16 to 6 and 17 to 8. And you go down, you can also see that down at the 0.4 teacher, who is a shared teacher. That teacher is a 0.4 English teacher and a 0.6 special ed teacher. That person is doing our English 9. She's acting as the generalist in English 9 ICT, and you can see those numbers are at 18 and 23. Let's continue. Next page. You can see that everyone is fully staffed. We do share one English teacher with the middle school, very little in the theater program, and that person does a 0.2 down at the middle school. You also can see on the second page some of our AIS in the English staffing. Like I mentioned before, we have a 0.5 FTE in English AIS. That is done during the course of the day. We've restructured our AIS over the past couple of years. It used to be 80-minute periods. We've cut that down to 40-minute periods, and we've spread, with the help of the union, we've spread those periods across the day so that we can have more AIS offered throughout the 9-period day, so that kids have an opportunity who need it, who are recommended for it, or we need to put them in there. We find a spot for them. So really, in essence, a 0.5 FTE gives us, in essence, 10 periods of AIS, which really helps us. Let's keep going. Mathematics. Mathematics, same concept here. You'll see AIS listed in there as 40 minutes. You can see all of our staff is fully scheduled. I want you to highlight the second teacher down. If you see the pre-algebra ICT, that tends to be small. Those are students coming up from the middle school who we have identified as really struggling mathematics students. And with the help of the special education department, we put together a pre-algebra program. We've supported it with an ICT teacher. The majority of the students, unfortunately, in that class are special ed students, but there are 4 general ed students as well. And we found much success adding that pre-algebra program about 2 or 3 years ago. So that number tends to be low, and you really do want your strugglers to really have a low enrollment class so they can get that specialized attention. Let's continue. Next page. Mathematics continued. Again, no surprises there. You'll see some independent study there for macro and microeconomics that our department chair has done. You can also see there are 15 students that he's worked with. And you see that AP statistics number at 7 is a low enrollment. And you also see the AP computer science principles number of a low enrollment of 7. I also did want to say that we try to keep our AIS numbers under 5 because we want that individualized instruction as well. Music staffing. We have a 1.35 equivalent of music staffing. And that's inclusive of morning band and orchestra rehearsals, all of our independent study band and orchestra, our independent study chorus. which meets on Monday nights, and our recording tech program. This year we only share one teacher with Hillside, and that's Mr. Carini, and then we share Mr. Riss and Mr. Day with the middle school. Okay. Physical education staffing. If you look at it, it's 3.1 plus the department chair, and then there's a 0.2. If you look down at the bottom of the staffing, you'll see 2.1s for health education. That's actually being staffed by two science teachers who are teaching a half a semester of health each. Because we're a little short on health certified teachers, we've been doing this for a number of years where two of our science teachers are actually helping out and teaching health. So that 0.2 is actually being borrowed from the science department. Okay. Let's continue. Here's our science staffing. Our science staffing is 7.9 plus our department chair. As you can see there, our enrollment is pretty consistent. This year we're a little bit down in AP Chem, but that tends to be always somewhere between 15 and 20. This year we're down a little bit in that area. We also had an opportunity at the beginning of this year. We had a little bit of extra staff we identified in science. We had an actual extra 0.2 when we did our scheduling, and we had a number of students who had not either passed the earth science regions or the living environment regions. And we had the opportunity to use a science teacher for the first time, to do some science AIS with those particular students to really prep them and get them ready to pass either or the earth science or living environment regions. Some of those students took the test in January. The rest were slated to take the test in June. The state did us a favor and waived those exams for those students. Next year, unfortunately, the projections are looking like we will not have the ability to offer the science AIS, which is okay given the fact that all of your earth science kids coming in from the 8th grade, as long as they pass the course, will already have met the regions requirement for the regions, because that's been waived by New York State due to the pandemic. So, but we plan on reclaiming that 0.2 for science next year. Let's continue. Again, you can see earth science. We do always carry one section of earth science. Many are going to say, why does the high school have earth science when all of us kids take earth science in middle school? Well, we always get a number of transfers who come into our high school, have never taken earth science or had never taken a physical science. And then there are always some students who struggle in 8th grade with the earth science and need to either retake it or get remediation in earth science. So we offer one section, an ICT section of earth science, and you can see the enrollment is low, it's 11, but there are 9 general ed kids and 2 students with IEPs, and that's been a successful program, catching people up for the graduation requirement of a physical science. Okay, let's keep going. Social studies staffing, again, everyone is fully staffed. We have a healthy ICT program in social studies. As you can see, our 11th grade is probably our biggest as far as ICT is concerned. We have 3 sections of ICT US history, 2 sections of Global 1 and Global 2, which is in our world was World 1 and World 2. And then you'll see all the electives. So everything that's marked as a PG is our participation in government credit. And those are our second semester or first or second semester senior electives for their requirements for graduation. Also in the social studies department is housed our HASP chair, Mr. Smith. He also gets a 0.2 release for being the HASP chair. So we lose a 0.2 there as well. Okay, let's go to special ed. Our special ed staffing, if I did the numbers right, is 8.6. And it's a healthy mix of ICT coverage, resource center, and then we have a program called Humanities, which students get credit for, and it's a support class for English and social studies. We do not have much in the way of self-contained classes. Everything is an ICT, and then we've added that extra layer of support in what we call Humanities, and that Laura and Tessa has really been instrumental in shoring that up. And then finally, our ENL, no, 2 more sections. ENL staffing, we have a total of a 0.8, and the reason for that is we've received a student who is very limited English proficient this past year, and we needed to increase our staffing, and that student gets intensive supports via both a pull-out and a push-in program. So the majority of that 0.6 teacher's time is really pushing into classes and supporting that student almost one-on-one. That student has significant gaps in their education, but our total staffing is 0.8. You can see it's not many people. And then world language, what everyone is really focused on. Our current staffing is a 4.8. You can see our French, as far as our French position is concerned, our French staffing right now is a 1.2. If you did the math, the first teacher has a 0.4 of her schedule as French, and the chair is currently a 0.8. So our staffing right now is a 1.2. We found a way, and we'll talk about that in a minute, to reduce that by a 0.2, which would help us. And then, we'll be working with the middle school on changing the 5th grade structure to maybe pick up the other 0.4. Otherwise, the Spanish teachers are also fully scheduled, and we have 3 sections of Latin. We combine our Latin 3-4 program. Those programs are with SUNY Albany. So Latin 3-4, the French 4 and 5, and the Spanish 4 and 5. And that covers it.
Thank you so much. Questions for the high school? Okay. All right, so we are going to delve right into 5th grade world language and 2 different scenarios of what it could look like to restore that. So I'm going to turn it back over to Chris to talk about how teachers have been reassigned to restore that world language program in 5th grade.
Yeah, so again, just like we appreciate the charge to go back and make music work, we're also very happy to come back and make 5th grade world language instruction work. The World Language Department has spoken to the value of early exposure to language, and Ms. Amansky convened a group to examine options around this goal, including Ms. Kipper, Mr. ADPietro, Ms. Hardesty, and Ms. Coker. We studied the FTE analysis that we've previously presented and current iterations of our 2019-2020 schedule. And we also applied it to projections of our 2021 schedules that are aligned with the models developed during our work with Elliott Merritt. On the next slide, you're going to see the wiggle room that we had previously discussed, where the middle school can work to offer some FTEs to the high school. Right now, they've consolidated their need from a 0.8 FTE as far as covering the retirement to a 0.6. And we started by looking at what we can work with, and that's the AOK course, the Sparking Courageous Conversations. On the next slide, we have Spanish, which I know doesn't exactly translate into French, but we'll talk about how it does in a second, and working with that organizational skills that we offer in the middle school. So in the next slide, we really kind of narrow it down to this. So if we play around with that 0.2 in French, we're really left with a 0.4 FTE that we need to come up with in order to make up the 0.6 FTE that's needed in French in the high school. This 0.6 FTE in French would fully restore the 5th grade world language and we would not need to cover the retirement. The 0.6 FTE in French. What FMS can do to offer that 0.6 is to reassign the Courageous Conversations course, which would get us to the 0.2. We would then need to reassign the AIS class, allowing that Spanish teacher to pick up one of the early French courses. In the past, we've had a Spanish teacher pick up the Intro to French courses. She's worked very closely with our department chair, and she's also taken courses in French. So she's been able to lead those courses in the past, and we think that would help us in coming up with this solution here. Another thing that the middle school can do in order to offer the 0.6 as a whole would be to shift from a half-year French program to a 1/3 year program that would allow for exposure to both French and Spanish. It would reduce some of the seat time in the 5th grade, but it would free up a 0.2 FTE. In the next slide, I'm going to talk a little bit about the implications just to kind of spend some time on that. Great. So in doing that,
question.
sorry, yes.
Can I ask you a question about the impact? Is that so you would reduce courageous conversations?
No, we would work very closely with Ms. Mateo Toledo to train another teacher to pick up the 8th grade Courageous Conversations course. We have 3 Courageous Conversations courses, 1 in each grade. And there's a lot of training that goes into that course, the teacher who leads those Courageous Conversations. So we've been in, I mean, not to be redundant, we've been in conversations with Ms. Mateo Toledo to talk about how to cover that.
Okay.
And we do, and Chris, you remember we talked about, we do have a teacher who is returning who has been steeped in this literacy work, in this racial literacy work, and I believe has taught the course before. So that's certainly a possibility.
So the impacts of proposal 1, if we start with the high school, an impact would be that they would be able to fully staff their French program. There's going to be a reduction in time with their library media specialist, because in order to reduce the amount of time that kids get world language in the 5th grade, we need to supplement it with other areas. And the library media specialist is an area of the schedule that we can use to fill in the gaps if we're going to reduce world language. So I'm going to talk about that here in the other side of the slide as far as the impacts as they relate to FMS. There would be a reduction in the seat time for students in the area of world language. Instead of getting it for half of the year, they'd be getting the languages for a third. They would have increased time with the library media specialist who would pick up some of that instructional time. That would allow us to continue to meet the collective bargaining agreements that are in the 5th grade. We would also create a new specials rotation, including computer skills, organizational skills, and that increased time with the librarian. We're able to do that by flexing some of those AOK requirements in other courses. And there would also need to be a bit of a flexible schedule in the 5th grade. And this we can talk to more in upcoming presentations about the nitty-gritty details of the schedule, but it would require some flexible scheduling at the start of the day, because we would need to be able to work with the demands of the Spanish and the French shared model. It might mean that there's a flex of 5th grade students starting with a core area class on A, B, and D days, and then going to their special class, but then on C, E, and F days, they start with their special area class and go to language arts. Our 5th grade teachers would help them navigate all of that, but it was one of the things that we came across while we were working on it in order to make it all work. Another implication would be that there would be a new teacher for Courageous Conversations, and that training would be needed for that new professional. The next proposal is one that was looked at if we wanted to not reduce the seat time in 5th grade. And in this model, the high school would still need to cover the 0.6 FTE in French. In order to do that, they would pay an additional 0.2 FTE extra class assignment to a current French teacher as a 6th class. In doing that, the FMS would continue to offer the 0.4 FTE to the Hastings High School by reassigning the Courageous Conversations, reassigning the AIS course as detailed in the previous proposal. It would not require reducing the seat time in 5th grade. In the next slide are the implications. The first one, the first one is a budgetary implication, but it would maintain the high school would get their 0.6 in FTE. The middle school would maintain the full seat time in world language in grade 5. We would still need to train the new Courageous Conversations teacher, very similar to the previous proposal. And I believe that is, if you go to the next slide, yeah.
Chris, can I just ask you a question in terms of if you look at proposal 1 and proposal 2?
Sure.
I feel like I'm struggling to kind of be fluent in the concept of high school would gain the 0.6 FTE in French. What do we, the whole gist of this conversation from the very beginning has been going out and the need to hire somebody to replace Miss Bertacci's retirement.
Right.
Where do we, like, in those really simple terms, with this proposal too, when you say HHS would gain 0.6, is that going out and hiring 0.6, or is that
No.
through
No.
realignment?
Sure. They would, in total, they would only be hiring a 0.2 FTE. They would get the 0.4 from the middle school.
Okay, that's kind of what I was wondering about. Okay, so I'm gonna.
Tim, can I jump in, Tim?
You sure can, Lou.
Tim, it's Lou. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm sorry to butt in, but just to try to make things simple. Right now, the retirement is a 1.0 full-time position. We've gotten that position already down to a 0.6 by two ways. One, we found that enrollment in the French 2 class is going to be down a little bit next year, so that eliminates a 0.2. And that current person who sits in that position is also department chair. So that department chair will be shifted probably to a Spanish person. All right. So now we found a 0.4 of an efficiency. So we're still looking for a 0.6. We can gain that in two ways. One, the middle school is definitely able to give us, by shifting things around, at least a 0.4. Right. The rub comes by that extra 0.2. In that, do we ask another teacher to pick up an extra 0.2?
Yeah.
Or do we, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chris, or do you want a Spanish teacher teaching French?
No, in both of these models, the Spanish teacher would pick up French.
Yeah, in both.
Right, it's seat time.
It's not the teacher, it's the amount of time. So if you want to maintain the
amount of time, correct. I stand correct.
as it is, right, then it would be proposal.
Yeah. So in straight dollars and cents, we're talking about just a realignment, and you get, call it 1/3 of a class of French compared to 1/3 of a year of French for 5th graders, as opposed to what used to be half a year of French. Alternatively, for 0.2 FTEs, you replicate 5th grade world language.
Correct.
And the 0.2 comes from reaching out to an existing French teacher and asking them to carry a 6th class.
Correct.
And there's a cost associated with that. There's a cost associated with that.
Of course. Okay. And what level? Well, we can have that conversation offline. What that cost is, I guess. Okay.
What is the 0.4 from the middle school? So that's sparking courageous conversations. Is it, what is the loss from that 0.4 at the middle school?
We would be redesigning the organizational skill support course, and then it would be the courageous conversations course.
And can you, I realize board members, have less, kind of detailed analysis of pros and cons and kind of value as you all do as educators who are looking at this on a daily basis. But as you think of redesigning, you said redesigning the organizational course, and was there a loss in there? Because I hear the word redesign, I'm never sure exactly what that means.
It would be working with our counselors to pick up those cases. So it wouldn't be a reapportioning of the 0.2, or it might be consolidating it with another grade. So there might be a grade 6/7 organizational skill support. So that's what we mean by redesign.
Okay. And as you think about, I guess there's really a third proposal. And so the third proposal was that world language was not reinstated, right? And at all. And what was going to happen to these resources? They were going to stay in the currently designed organizational and courageous conversations classes. Is that kind of how they were going to play out?
No, we were still going to have to give up, if I'm remembering correctly, the teacher who teaches that courageous conversations class, because she's a French teacher. So she would have needed to go to the high school. So we would have had to have someone else teach that class regardless.
Okay. So I wonder if you can just talk through really the three different options. One was the original option brought to the board. The other was this kind of hybrid French-Spanish approach. I'm not sure the best name for that. And the third is, reinstate more fully the world language in 5th grade and have to add a .2 to cover the high school. Obviously, the last one has a financial implication, but I'm just wondering if looking at it, just thinking about the kids and supporting the children, what your thoughts are.
Well, I think our charge was to go back and reinstate the world language program in the 5th grade. So I think it's on the board's decision whether or not the seat time makes a substantial difference, because youngsters will be receiving less instruction in world language in 5th grade if we make these changes.
Yeah.
And it will be a different kind of program. It'll be exposing youngsters to world language, but it will have to be redesigned entirely.
So
when you say a different kind of program, you're just saying it's kind of a lighter touch program, yes. Or how? Yeah,
it would be a lighter touch. Yes.
So I guess follow-on question is proposal 2 as you think about it. So there's a little bit of slippage in that you have a Spanish teacher teaching French. I get that, but you also said that the person's capable.
And how close? She's done it before.
Yeah, got it. So
how many fewer weeks is it really if you're cutting the year into thirds as opposed to the semester? How different is it really in terms of seat time?
Well, it is different because right now the youngsters, and Chris, jump in because you're the expert in this, but youngsters are getting world language every day now. And if we cut it, they'll be getting it twice in a 6-day cycle. Chris, is that correct?
Correct. And during the year, that's divided between the two main languages, between French and Spanish. So they really get half a year of French, half a year of Spanish. But they get a daily window into world language a day. We would be reducing that even further in this model.
I see.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Lauren.
Yeah, I was going to say I didn't quite understand. I thought it was just that the year would be divided not in halves, half Spanish, half French in 5th grade, but that it would just be in 3 segments. So it would be, as you said, French, Spanish, and library media. But you're also saying, in addition to splitting it in thirds or spreading it over 3 sections, that it would also be fewer class times per cycle.
Correct.
Okay.
I mean, here's my concern. So we've talked about the FLES program, and I really am honestly asking anyone on this call who genuinely has insights as to the efficacy of a program like this, as opposed to just, kind of here we pulled a rabbit out of a hat. If the rabbit's got missing 2 legs and half of his fur and can't walk, is it really a rat? So I'm really trying to figure out, how do we get something that works here? And I think where I'm getting frustrated is we take FLES, we talk about FLES. There's obviously a ton of research that says you expose children to a foreign language young and it's powerful. I think everyone would agree with that, but you do it in the wrong way and it's not that effective. What I'm trying to figure out here is how effective is in this? I don't want to be hacking up a bunch of people in time to throw together a program that's not effective. So I need to know, is this going to be effective? And I know no one has the crystal ball on that.
Doug, I think the person to ask would be the world language department chair. I mean, this is someone who's been steeped for years and years and years. And I would venture to say that the entire world language department would say that we are ripping apart the 5th grade world language by considering doing this. But again,
have you or Mr. Adepietro spoken with her about either of these proposals?
Years ago, we had, the youngsters weren't taking world language as frequently as they are now. There was a tremendous push to increase world language because the world language department felt the youngsters were not really getting solid, robust instruction if they didn't get it every single day for 40 minutes, which is why we increased many years ago the world language in 5th grade. That was a recommendation that came from a study from the world language department.
I mean, I'm going to throw this. I'm going to throw this out.
Hold on one second, though. I just want to make sure I understand one thing, which is, it looks like, Gail and Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, proposal 2 is maintaining world language in its current form for 5th graders.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay, so we're talking about maintaining in its current form costs us 0.2 FTEs.
Correct.
And I just put it into raw numbers. Okay.
Correct.
So Doug, that's when you ask the question about quality and the issue of hacking and slicing and dicing, I think it's important to focus that on proposal 2, we have a very concise dollar amount that moves things around. And speaking, I just wanted to finish that point. Gail, Chris, Lou, while I don't know which way the board will go on this, I do want to extend my thanks for going back and really digging into this charge and finding a solution that looks a heck of a lot like where we were at a 0.2. So I just want to say thank you personally.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you for that.
So then let's talk about what is lost in that model then. So it's this, so essentially quantitatively and qualitatively, not much is going to change with the Courageous Conversations course. Some will have to be retrained at 0.2, but it will be the same level of courses, same number of courses.
Yes, that's correct.
And the organizational, and so just help me understand, it's essentially for 0.2, is this a true statement? For 0.2, we're losing nothing?
No, well, I wouldn't say that that's a true statement. For 0.2, we are losing something. If we have an organizational class that has 4 or 5 youngsters that float in and out of it, different kids throughout the course of the year, we're not going to have that. So we may have to combine those children with another class of 4 or 5 kids. So now we have 10 children perhaps in a class, an organizational class. And these are youngsters that really need much more individualized help. So it wouldn't be a true statement to say that we're really losing nothing. We're losing more individualized support for youngsters that really need it. And that's also part of our MTSS system.
So can you talk about, as you think about the trade-offs between those two, can you just talk about it as educators, how you would think about it?
I'm not sure I understand the question. The trade-off for what? If I had an opportunity to vote on this, I would vote on hiring a 0.2 and leaving the world language the way it is, and then having a new teacher teach Courageous Conversations.
And making and increasing the size of the organizational classes.
Well, that wouldn't increase the size of the organizational classes.
Okay, I think I missed that part then. What was the organizational class impact? That was.
Well, in the model where we would only need the 0.2, the organizational skills and Courageous Conversations would both need to be shifted, one to a new teacher and one to a new model. And that might be, to Gail's point, the combined classes or the cases are worked with differently with our counselors.
Okay. And I guess I'm just trying to figure out the impact of that. Obviously you don't know, you haven't redesigned it, but.
The impact of the second proposal is not, it would not have a huge impact, but it would, right.
Okay. So I'd love to hear what other board members are thinking, listening to this. Anyone?
I mean, I think it's hard to process the decision making without sort of a sound educational basis. And you know, I'm an educator, but my field is not in foreign language or world language. And I certainly understand that early exposure is significant and can have significant impact. I just don't know. You know, I would want to know the actual costs of the 0.2 because I know that we were discussing we need to have reductions that make sense for our budget, and I need to know what the trade-offs would be if we were to take on that 0.2. What would we have to? What is the actual dollar amount? And what are other items that would have to balance that out? I think, you know, I think I trust the initial analysis from the building leaders who had the original proposal to cut this as a way to reduce costs through at FMS in the high school. And I imagine that there was a lot of educational analysis that went into that. So I would have to know what that dollar amount was and where it would come from otherwise.
I can just tell you the dollar amount would be somewhere in the $30,000 range, but it hasn't been worked out. It, you know, it would have to come from somewhere.
I mean, my thinking is, you know, the FLES at Hillside was, you know, we decided to stop that, and they met twice a cycle, and it was very, you know, it's hard to get a course really going with twice a cycle meeting like that. So doing that again in 5th grade, something that we already know is not the most impactful, doesn't seem like a great move for world languages in order to get the impact we're looking for. Outside of that, I kind of second what Lauren said in terms of if we can't maintain the integrity of it and with avoiding the 0.2 higher, we have to see what we would balance, you know, what we would find, where we'd find another 30,000 for that.
So can I just throw a proposal out here? It sounds like if we were going to move forward, proposal 1 is off the table. It doesn't sound like anyone's, you know, jumping up to support proposal 1. Proposal 2 is a possibility. It's, if I'm understanding everyone correctly, the upside, if we're able to find that money, is more significant than the downside. And that it's a question of allocation of funds at this point in the game, and that let's keep maybe going with the budget conversation. We'll keep this in the back of our mind. The only other thing, you know, I would say is, well, I won't even say that. I mean, I don't want to kind of project too far out in the future, but let's just keep this potential proposal 2. There's proposal, I guess, 0, which was, you know, the original proposal, and now proposal 2, and let's keep them both in mind as we move forward in the next part of the conversation. Does everyone feel comfortable moving along now?
Well, let me just respond to that, which is I would take proposal 1 over proposal 2 if the option is remove it completely and have kids really not touch foreign languages until 6th grade. So I would take 1 over 2, and I think 2 is worth digging into exactly, you know, why 0.2 costs 35,000, because that sort of implies, well, maybe it's the right number when you add, you know, fully
30. I said 30, Tim.
The 30, so 30,000. So that's one question, and then so that's where I stand up. You know, others may stand differently, but I would not throw out 0.1, or sorry, proposal 1. If there's no way we can collectively figure out a source to free up 30,000.
And just as somebody that's been here for a long time, while I don't love the idea of the first proposal, I would hate to see the elimination of world language entirely. So if the board decided that they couldn't do the point two, I'm confident our teachers will create a curriculum that will be rich, that children will enjoy. They'll just need the time to do it.
And I think it comes back to purpose too, right? So if you're thinking about language acquisition and thinking about research in that area, having that happen before puberty is a factor. Frequency of instruction is definitely a factor if we're getting into the purpose of language acquisition. If we're talking about cultural enrichment and having students be interested in languages and interested in other parts of the world, you know, that it's a different purpose. And so, you know, thinking of each proposal, each one has something to offer. But again, it's a matter of the decision of that allocation of funding.
Yeah, yeah. Hey, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to beat a dead horse, and I'm just as cognizant as everybody else. It's 9:07, but since I'm going to be painted as with the brush as the person that has targeted the diversity position, can we jump back to the E&L slides in this middle school, in the Farragut middle school material? I just have some questions. I just have a question.
Which slide, Tim?
It goes back to the scheduling section. So before we're in this,
Okay.
it's prior to the high school scheduling.
Mm-hmm.
Just want to look at.
So in Farragut Middle School, you said?
In Farragut Middle School, there's a slide on.
It's slide 50, Janine. I have a hard copy. 50.
No, not 50.
Okay, that's it. That's it.
Like
That's it. That's it.
25.
That's it. That's it. That's it. That's the one. That's the one. Okay, great. Okay, so just some questions, and I think for, you know, people on the call, for board members that may not have been here, the diversity position was a stipended position that was created, if memory serves me, 2 years ago with a .2 release time. And then as a board, we voted to hold the stipend constant and add to the release time of 0.6. So I just want people to understand kind of what the overall structure of the position has been, created 2 years ago, increased in terms of you know, time allotted to the administration of that role from 0.2 to 0.6. Question for you, Gail and Chris: how many teachers do we have in the E&L department?
There are, between middle and high school, 3, correct?
No, I mean, well, it's a K-12 department. We, at the middle school, we have 4. But they're shared with both the middle school, with both the high school and the elementary school.
Okay, so 4 total across district.
3.4 district-wide.
I'm sorry, what's that?
I think it's 3.4 district-wide. It's Hillside, you know, the middle school and high school, and you have to add up all the FTEs. We have 2 part-time people, or really 3 part-time people, and then 2 full-time people.
That's
and we
what
were
I'm
both
wondering. That's what I'm wondering. So just 3.4 across district, and it's split up into what, 2 part-time?
3 part-time and 2 full-time.
3
They have a
part-time.
full-time person who just stays at Hillside.
Okay, 3 part-time, 2 full-time. One of the full-time is at Hillside 100%. Okay, so if the 0.2 comes from one of the 3 part-time, what does that do in terms of, okay, all right, well, look, you already see where I'm going. If 0.2, if the diversity position stays, obviously no one's, let's to be totally clear on this, for the letters that have been written into the board and everything else, no one's proposing the removal of the diversity coordinator position. If the release time goes down to 0.4 and that 0.2, how does that flow through? Is there less need then of the 3 part-time roles? Is there less need for 0.2 from one of those part-time people?
Yes, they were hired to replace it.
Okay, all right. Good. So I just want to be, look, people can like my comment or not. I want to be totally clear about, so we've gone from 0.2 now to 0.6. If we go to 0.4, somewhere in the middle, these 3 part-time, one of the 3 part-time people that were hired to replace this, they would have fewer hours, and that money could go to maintaining world language in its current form.
Well, let me clarify something here. There's no sort of comparison across different groups of students. So the one child that was described earlier, who entered as a teenager, happened to have had the equivalent of, I don't know, it was an elementary grade education in the country of his origin. That child requires a great deal more than any other type of child with a different profile. So a lot in ENL, English as a New Language learner program, depends upon the experience the child had in his or her country of origin. So it's not as easily sort of I guess looked at in terms of simple FTE. It's truly based upon the needs of the child. Now the other issue is those ENL teachers provide all of the literacy instruction for children. So those youngsters do not see, a literacy instructor for the services that they provide. So that's another factor that, I mean, Janice could speak to this a great deal more than I can, and I know she's on the call, so I think this is a good time for Janice to speak to the needs of children and the FTE allocated to support the needs of children. And in doing so, the ENL team provides additional assistance so that they can compensate for any other services that would traditionally be provided by a literacy instructor.
I guess I hear you, Valerie, 100%, and I'm not suggesting that the services provided are, somehow interchangeable easily on FTE. But just to clarify, what I'm talking about is reducing release time.
Release time of which staff
Janice Janice is the diversity coordinator role.
So reducing her time as diversity coordinator is what we're talking about?
That's what I'm talking about. Correct. That's not the direct instruction point.
Right. And what would you do with that time that as a result of decreasing the release time?
Well, that's the ask, is that can she take over some of the role in the direct instruction?
Well, it depends on, I guess what we expect from the diversity coordinator and her ENL coordinator responsibilities. I mean, she has K-12, responsibilities to ensure that we're meeting all the mandates associated with services provided for English as a New Language learners. So since there was no testing this year, certainly, if there were NISLSLAT testing or testing for any of the children who are required to take any of the state tests or regions, that's where you need your staffing to ensure that children, are, given the supports to be as successful as possible, because they're not just looking at the content, there's language acquisition as well. And also the fact that depending on where certain children come from, there are also supports needed to make sure that they acclimate to, this system of education in this country. So because I came from a district with a lot of complexity around English as a New Language learners, I know a great deal about this because I've had to work with our educators and others to make this happen. And it's not as easy as just counting FTE. It's a great deal of complexity around trying to schedule different children who come in with different proficiency, even in the language that they were born in speaking, and then being able to acquire, because that's an expectation in New York State, enough language to be able to pass or at least perform proficiently on these exams so that they can, exit successfully and go on and do, whatever they'd like to do. So if you're, if you're proposing that you would reduce Janice's, the FTE for her role as diversity coordinator, as I said, my question is then what do you do with that? Are we adding that to increase the FTE for the world language teacher? Yeah, so I guess I'm just trying to understand so that I can.
That's the exact question.
Up the
right?
point too, right?
That's the exact question, right? That's the correct. That's the question of the trade-off, right? In terms of we've got 100 and call it on average 120 students rotating through the 5th grade annually, and talking about a program that's you know a cultural a cultural reference language program or a daily meet language program, right? So that's ultimately the academic question that I'm trying to ask and propose and to think about.
I think he's trying to see if that point, if we could go with model 2, keeping world language full-time, half the year Spanish, half the year French, and then Janice would be teaching that point 2 that is dangling. Is that what you're saying?
That's exactly right.
Just to be clear, so we're saying that Janice could teach an ENL class?
The courageous conversations that's dangling, that is that we need to train somebody for.
Janice already teaches a courageous conversations class.
Right? Is it a different, I don't know if it's a different grade level.
I think we're in. I think we're.
Can I just ask Tim? I'm not clear. What is the question exactly? Like, what class would I be teaching instead?
So I think the question is one of, for me, and truly it is a question. I can't sit here and propose what class you would teach. The question I'm asking, if we have 3 part-time professionals in ENL and 2 full-time professionals in ENL, is it possible, if your release time goes to 0.4 from 0.6, that you take on some of the roles and responsibilities of one of the part-time, right? And so ultimately, that creates 0.2 across the whole system.
But I think you're not understanding the way English language learning is taught and how we have to teach it in the district. Because we can teach K through 12, it depends on which students are in which building. So for example, when the student came into the high school, everyone had a shift schedule, because in order to accommodate a student in the high school, a whole shift had to happen. So teachers who were teaching in the middle school had to come teach at the high school. A teacher who was teaching at a high school had to teach in the elementary school. So it actually helps us in that when students come in, we're able to shift when necessary.
No, I understand that, and I'm well aware of the special situation, that occurred this year. And so certainly there's shifts that occur in flexibility. It's a good thing. I guess what I'm wondering is, the position was at 0.2 in the 18-19 year. It's a 0.6 in the 19-20 year. Is it not feasible as a 0.4 in the 2021?
But I also want to point out that I've been doing the ENL coordinator position for no release time for years. And that was the reason why that we decided that it would be a 0.2 for ENL release, and then the 0.4 would be for diversity. And when I present, you'll see all of the work that I've been doing, and then you'll understand a little better as to why the time is necessary.
I think that's a great transition, Janice. Why don't we move to that, and then we can continue this conversation after we've seen the data.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for explaining all of this, Janice. Better to hear right from you.
All right, let's see.
So chronologically, the next, Janine, was going to be the 5th grade musical. We can come back. Let's jump to the diversity coordinator presentation, and then we'll hop back.
So I guess I'll start by first thanking everyone for inviting me to present again this year. I feel like this is about our time. Every time it's time for me to present. So it's deja vu. Tonight I know that you've heard about the work before. So tonight I thought it was important to focus on things that are a little bit different from the work that I've done. So 3 questions I'm going to focus on is the New York State Culturally Responsive Sustaining Education Framework that was released this year, actually a little bit earlier this year, how we've worked to implement the culturally responsive CRSE from this point forward, and why the work is important. So I'm going to go a little bit out of order because I believe it's important for us to hear from our students. So when discussing issues of diversity, it's critical for us to hear from our students, and since they're at the center of this work. And Ross Abrams,
Janice, can I just stop you for 1 second? I think someone's got either 2 machines on at their house. Can we, Janine, do the mute everyone, and then Janice unmute yourself again?
okay, is that better? Okay. So when discussing issues of diversity, it's critical for us to hear from our students because they are at the center of this work. So Ross Abrams, a high school English teacher in our district, leads a race and gender class. And each year he asks his students to respond to the following prompt: how has race mattered in your life? And after reading several of the responses, I selected 2 to highlight this evening because they exemplify the themes that ran through the statements. So I hate reading it, but it's very difficult for everyone to see. So one student responded by stating, I was never aware of race until I started playing sports in middle school. There were 2 Black kids on the football team, and a lot of my friends would make jokes that the reason why they were fast and quick was because of the color of their skin. At that time, I started to notice that there were a lot of Black athletes in the NBA and NFL. One of my brothers would tell me that this was because of slavery, and that helped toughen up African Americans. And so that was one reason why they were amazing at sports. Even though I was young, I still thought of that idea to be BS, since I was way better than the 2 Black kids on the football team. Nevertheless, every time I saw a Black kid on the opposing team, I would do my best to make a fool out of him. There's so much to unpack in this statement, but I'm just going to share some highlights that I've thought about. When we analyze this excerpt, we can infer that the student may participate in an environment where there's a misunderstanding about the history of slavery and how this legacy affects African American people today. Although the student calls BS on the statement made by his brother, the idea that African Americans are being viewed as different or scary or strong is not new and can lead right into the stereotype of Black and brown people being viewed as aggressive. In fact, research shows that in the medical field, Black and brown patients are provided with less pain medication than their white counterparts for the same symptoms, because there's an implicit belief that Black and brown people are more resistant to pain, or they don't feel pain the same way. This false narrative is part of the legacy of slavery today, and unless all students understand that race is a social construct that has no biological basis, our students of color are going to continue to be harmed. In fact, the student actually states that he or she seeks out Black players to try to make fools out of them, which implies that he or she is looking to harm a person of color physically as well as emotionally. This is one student, but he or she is not alone in these feelings. This is an example of the implicit bias that is prevalent, not just in Hastings, but in our society at large, and provides a clear example of why this work is important. Could you switch the slide, Janine, please? For our second slide, student states, growing up in a town surrounded by people who look just like me, honestly, I don't think there ever was a time that I realized my race was different from others, but rather I realized that difference in someone else's race. I was in kindergarten, and halfway through the school year, we got a new kid. He was the only Black kid in class, and I think he was the first Black kid who's ever been in one of my classes. When I first met him, in my mind, I most definitely deemed him different from me and my classmates, though not really 100% sure what it was that made us different. Although I'm sure we talked occasionally, we never really became friends. To this day, I wonder if he were white or if my parents submerged me with different races, we would have been friends. This being so, I believe that it would have been beneficial for me if my parents discussed differences of race and submerged me with differences as a young child. Again, this excerpt is interesting in that the student admits there was something different about the Black child, but states that he is not really sure what made him different. If he or she identifies the child as Black, it seems obvious that he or she stood out, and most likely because of their skin color or some other characteristic that this student defined as Black. The student's resistance to identify this difference could imply that the student participates in an environment where colorblind ideology thrives, which is harmful to students of color because it allows people to ignore manifestations of persistent discrimination. In other words, if I don't see color, then racism doesn't exist. In addition, to me, what makes this response most disturbing is he missed the opportunity for friendship. The concept of different from me or different from the mainstream manifested itself in fear or exclusion. Interestingly, this student is in the high school and vividly remembers the first Black child who entered his or her classroom. Once again, we must support our students in understanding that difference doesn't mean less than or needs to stay away from. We must provide students with counter narratives so that positive views of people of color are more prevalent. This will hopefully lead to students being less resistant and to befriend others who don't look like them, act like them, or have different disabilities or abilities than they do. Can you please change the slide? Finally, I want to draw our attention to the buzzer that was just released in May of last year. I chose to highlight one quote that again was a running theme throughout the issue, and the student states, "I feel like I'm always adapting to accommodate my white peers, whether it be pretending I'm cool with my friends using the word or compromising my own identity." Although
Next
the student,
slide, please, Janine.
The wrong slide is up, Janice.
Keep going.
go down,
Keep going.
one more. One more. You're going backwards. You need to go the other way. Right there. Although the student refers to race in this quote, we can read white as dominant culture. Therefore, children in our community who are often relegated to the margins, such as our English language learners, or students with disabilities, or students who may be part of the LGBT community, understand that in order to fit into the school community, they must compromise their personal values and identity. It's critical that we provide space for students' voices so we can learn from them and understand the reality of their world. These examples make it clear that many of our students are in need of racial literacy education, and it is exactly what New York State has mandated through the CRSE. So I'm going to shift the focus now to CRSE. Can you please change the slide? Change the next one to the next one. Next slide. Okay. So last year, we had clear Board of Education diversity goals that included ensuring hiring practices, completing the incidence of bias protocol, developing plans to include multicultural literacy, and provide learning opportunities for our students. This year, we've been very fortunate to have strong leadership with Valerie and Melissa, and they understand the importance of the work and have been very supportive of the role of diversity coordinator. This year, the position has evolved with some common goals of building capacity and understanding around issues of diversity and inclusion using the culturally responsive sustaining education framework as a guide. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay. So this framework requires educational institutions to create student-centered environments. That part is not new. However, I want to take a few moments to focus on the underlying parts. New York State is asking educational institutions to affirm racial, linguistic, and cultural identities, connect across lines of difference, elevate historically marginalized voices, and empower students as agents of social change. They also expect students to become socio-politically conscious and socio-culturally responsive and challenge inequitable systems of access, power, and privilege. The underlying sections that I've highlighted are relatively new skill expectations for students rooted in anti-bias pedagogy. This framework indicates that New York State believes it is not enough to be unbiased. We must actively work to be anti-racist. For our educators to implement this framework, we must strategically provide the support needed to view the world through this anti-bias lens themselves. So luckily for us, because of the work we've been doing over the past 4 years, our district is ready to begin laying the groundwork for including these mandates in our schools. While other communities are struggling to understand what CRSE means for their school districts, how do I know? Because they call me, because they're asking me, what is it that you're doing in Hastings? Because we are the leaders in this work, believe it or not. Next slide, please. In terms of laying the groundwork, I've been working with our administrators in the 3 buildings. At Hillside, I've worked with Melissa, Amy, John, and Dr. Price Dennis, who's been consulting with us to begin designing the initial framework for creating curriculum with a critical lens towards challenging and equitable systems of access, power, and privilege. We identified priorities, we discussed ideas for cultivating, and we also discussed ideas for cultivating a team for leadership. At FMS, I worked with Gail, Chris, and Melissa to incorporate CRSE into the action plan that was created earlier this year and shared with the board. And at Hastings High School, I've discussed with Lou about the possibility of designing a Courageous Conversations like class to parallel and prepare for Ross's race and gender class in 12th grade. All of this work impacts our students' learning and is important for their futures. In terms of our central office administrators, I work closely with Valerie and Melissa to prepare for our diversity committee meetings. At these meetings, I led workshops designed to support participants as they identified internalized institutional and interpersonal biases. I also led a book study on white fragility. These steps provided our participants with background knowledge and tools required to understand anti-bias education and prepare for the implementation of the CRSE framework. That we view through our school system, through a critical lens that challenges inequitable systems of access, power, and privilege. These steps will lead us to creating our adult toolkit that actually has been put on hold because of the pandemic. One other initiative I supported was the Rivertown's Diversity Job Fair that was hosted by our very own Lynn Walker, and Lynn did a fabulous job of organizing the event, so we're very lucky to have her as well. Next slide, please. In terms of working with my colleagues at Hillside, I designed workshops to establish a diversity leadership team. We consulted with Dr. Price Dennis to host a workshop on implicit bias with our aides and teacher assistants. I problem solved with teachers to ensure diverse perspectives are included in the curriculum, and I participated in the Diverse Books Committee. Next slide, please. Working with my colleagues at Farragut Middle School, we've examined current resources to update the Courageous Conversations curriculum, shared teaching strategies that continue to elicit open conversations, and when requested, I work with my colleagues to include issues of diversity into mainstream classes. In terms of our students, this year we were fortunate enough to receive a generous HEF grant for a Diverse Voices speaker series with the goal of inviting speakers from diverse walks of life. Because of this grant, we were able to contract with Richard Blanco, the presidential inaugural poet for Barack Obama, and Kevin Richardson, one of the exonerated 5, formerly known as the Central Park 5. Unfortunately, because of COVID-19, everything has been placed on hold, but we've discussed rescheduling their visit for next school year. Next slide, please. In addition, I've continued to work with our middle school students in the Multicultural Book Club. I've worked with our high school students in the affinity group, and district-wide, I've worked with students through establishing the RMC Art Contest and the RMC Scholarship Fund. All of these opportunities provide students with a chance to expand their knowledge outside of mainstream classroom spaces. So to sum it all up, in this role, I've been a consultant and a point person for our community of educators and our parent community when issues, concerns, and or questions about diversity, inclusion, race, equity, racism arise. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise.
Questions on the board?
Yeah, I have a quick question. Thanks, Janice, for going through all the slides. I really appreciate it. You mentioned that other schools have been kind of pinging you as we've kind of become the experts. Is there any chance that this could become a revenue source for the district? I mean, could we license out the curriculum? I mean, we always talk about, special ed becoming a revenue source one day if, we become good enough and we bring enough kids back and other people want to come here. I know it's a different type of thing where you're not going to have students coming to the district for these classes or these services, but is that something that happens? Could we license out a curriculum? Maybe this is a question for Melissa as well. You know, could this become a revenue stream?
I can tell you that we created the curriculum and we were paid to do that. So technically the district owns our curriculum, and we have been asked to hand over our curriculum. And I have said absolutely not share it for free with anyone.
Yeah, and Jeremy, it would be a question that crosses over into consulting with council, but it certainly, if we're experiencing a success in one area and we have something to offer, we have much to offer as a district, but as Janice outlined, we are leaders in the region in this area right now. And I know that through my curriculum council meetings, this is starting to be conversations throughout the region in terms of equity, and especially with the onset of ESSA, there's a lot more discussion around this right now regionally.
Yeah, well, I'm glad to hear that we haven't given it away, and that it's something that we can still think about, because you know, we don't have a lot of revenue sources here, and if this is a potential revenue source, that could be really interesting to dig into. Not necessarily in this budget cycle, but something that we should definitely continue the conversation around.
I agree, it's valuable, very valuable.
I'm also wondering if our teachers who have really studied racial literacy and done a tremendous amount of professional development might be able to go out and train other teachers. I don't know in terms of revenue how that works, but we certainly have a tremendous expertise. And when you say in Westchester County, we're leading the way in this, I would say in the country, we're leading the way in this.
I would say, Gail, I want to second what you're saying. And I don't know if this is a revenue source or not, but I just want to go back and say that, you know, we finally were able to put Janice's position into the budget. And Janice, I want to thank you. I think what you have done is incredible. The depth and breadth of what you've brought in and what you're doing, I actually sort of emotional about it. I think, as I work at a school where we also do all the things that you do, and it's really not easy to do, and it is so, I almost venture to say one of the most important things that we do, to the point where I would even forego other things that we're considering in this budget. I think that to read the quotes from students, if that doesn't convince us that quite frankly, if it was my child, I feel like this is more important, what we are teaching children, than if kids are going to learn Spanish at some point. I mean, they can always decide, you know, is it better to learn Spanish starting in first grade? Probably yes. But this is so at the core of who we are, of our society, of why we're in this, excuse me, effing mess right now with COVID, that I would go to the mat for us. I will go to the mat for us and for Janice, for you to continue be able to do what you're doing throughout the district, educating all of us. And I know you're getting educated along the way too. And I feel like this is so basic to everything that we need to be doing in this world. Everything else will come, but this stuff is so ingrained in who we are. And I really thank you from the bottom of my heart for what you've brought to our district, to the children, to the teachers, to the administrators, to the parents. It's impressive, and you got my vote.
Thank you, Jody. I really appreciate that. It means a lot to me.
I would also say, just as someone coming into the district, you know, there are, you can count on like 2 fingers the numbers of districts that are actually engaged in this kind of work. Most districts are, you know, don't want to touch this, or if they do, you know, it's one of those, you know, reactive measures. Let's get somebody in to, like, you know, offer a workshop and, you know, offer that a few times and then call it a day. So the fact that we, you know, this district is committed in the way that it is, with, you know, the right person, and Janice is the right person to lead this work. And if we really want to do it with fidelity, You know, you do need someone to do it, and Janice has been, you know, has done an exceptional job in doing so, in terms of focusing on building capacity. And I think it's, you know, wonderful that we have, you know, the courses, the Courageous Conversations courses offered at the middle school, but you know, we need to do more than that. You know, the adults in the system should be having courageous conversations, and that's the leg of the work that Janice is working on now. You know, and I also think just, you know, again, you know, start, you know, my entry into the district, you know, first month in September, you know, there was a hate symbol scrawled, you know, someplace in our district. You know, that's not normal, and so I think that that should be indicative of the need to have, you know, to continue to focus and to place this as a priority in our system, because, you know, let us not delude ourselves. We have a long way to go.
Yeah, and I'll add to that you know, I will second what Jody and Valerie said, and to add an organizational angle to it. I think that a program like this, as we've spoken about it for the last several years, you know, to me, a lot of it's about momentum. And, you know, I think it's really hard. I think we're making a lot of hard decisions here. And I think in this case, you know, what I really want to point out is it's really hard to build up a level of insight and kind of intentionality and momentum and connection and really get something moving so that it doesn't turn out to be kind of a one and done sort of thing. You know, the show up, the sage on a stage comes and kind of hangs out and everyone thinks it's, you know, real fun, and then they kind of go away and they forget about it. And you know, that's why we made this commitment a couple of years ago, why we upped it last year. And I have been, you know, really impressed with the level of energy and focus that Janice, and along with the Race Matters Committee, I know RISE has been a part of a lot of things as well. What I would, the word I would use is that the program has continued to mature, and I would hate to pull energy back from that. And you know, the one, you know, the one thing I think that I heard out there is, you know, how many you know, kids does this touch on a daily basis? And you know, arguably as a foundational set of mindsets and approaches to life, it has the potential to touch at a very deep level so many of our students fundamentally for the rest of their lives. And there are tons of examples where people do this stuff and it doesn't do that, right? It becomes a quick thing. But I have really been impressed at the level of, again, focus and intentionality. And I would hate to take some of the wind out of the sails right now in, you know, in doing that kind of work. Especially, I mean, it's a 0.4 right now, and the 0.2 for Janice's release time is for E&L management. So, you know, I don't think this is a place for us to look at cutting right now.
I also, I want to thank you, Janice, and just seeing the growth of how you've been incrementally influencing K-12, our whole system, is really impressive. And I feel like when our reentry comes back to our school buildings, we're going to need an all hands on deck approach to our children. And yes, there is a wide range of experience that students are having outside of the school buildings. But one thing I do know in speaking with colleagues in child development is that so much identity building comes in school buildings, comes with peers, comes with other adults outside your family who are either mentors, positive influences, conversation developers. And to have those absences for this length of time, and for this unknown length of time that we don't know when it's going to end, really does have will have impacts on identity development depending on where each individual child was to begin with. So to have you as a resource throughout the district will be significant in teaming up with other building leaders, other teachers, other parents. So I'm really supportive of what you've done, and I would like to keep the level of your support as is.
Thank you, Lauren and Doug. I appreciate that as well.
We can keep rolling here unless someone's got a a different opinion or additional opinion.
Janine, if you could please go to slide 61. We're going to go backwards to 5th grade musical.
Thank you, Janice. Thank you for all the great work that you're doing.
Thank you all. I appreciate it.
As we're scrolling, you know, I know we work very closely together too. I also share my appreciation for everything that you're doing.
Thank you, Melissa.
All right. Gerard, I know you're on the call. We're going to talk about the 5th grade musical. And Janine, next slide, please. So initially, the proposal coming out of FMS was to combine the 5th and 6th grade productions. Next slide, please. So the implications for doing that, so that would result, because of the number of students that would be involved at this point, it would result in either a concert where students sing in groups and perform solos, or auditions that would limit participation. So I'm going to turn the rest of this over to Gerard, who worked very closely with his various teams. Next slide, please. And the revised proposal that he'll be sharing tonight was the charge of reducing the theater budget. So working within the current parameters after that 5th and 6th grade had been combined to be able to restore the 5th grade musical. Next slide, please.
Can everyone hear me?
Hi, Gerard.
Hello?
Yes, thank you, Gerard.
Okay. Hey, Jody. Hey, Jody. Hey, Tim. Hi, everyone. It's good to see you all. It's good to see anyone at this point. And okay. And thank you, Melissa. So can we go to the last slide, I guess, and we'll just start right there and do this as quickly as we can. There it is. Yeah, let's keep that. Thank you so much. And who's doing that, Janine?
Yes.
Thank you, Janine. Okay. This is not really complicated, and I think we have something really positive here to say about what's been difficult. I'm looking at this as an opportunity with my staff, my people, they're not my staff, with Rachel Weinberg, Lori Walton, and John Riss, our directors. We figured out a way on a long Wednesday night to do what we were asked to do, which is to cut $17,000 out of our budget. And when I heard that, I flipped out. I was going to call Valerie. Valerie, don't give me your cell phone. But anyway.
I promise I won't, Lord.
Okay. Hey, Valerie. But it worked out, didn't it? You know, somehow you find ways. We have a lot of talent in our district, and we're going to have to find a new way to utilize it. Our shows are going to look a bit different, and I'll take you through that. I'm not sure exactly how different they're going to look, but I have some ideas. And some of these are game time decisions. We're dealing with theater. These are not curriculum issues. I've been here for, I think, almost 4 hours now, fascinated by curriculum issues. This is not a curriculum issue. This happens after the school day, and these are our theater kids. And what we're going to do is, starting at the bottom with middle school productions, we're going to cut $2,100. Now, some of this looks abstract, I understand, but we've never done this before, but we're going to do it, and it's going to work. And as I said in my letter to the board, Doug, and thanks for sharing that with everyone, we're not here to complain. We're here to help kids do the best they can, and we want to give you a great experience coming to school to see our productions, one way or another. This is not pie in the sky. This is biting the bullet and saying, we have a lot of talent. We're just going to have to utilize it in a different way. That's not a bad thing. We're going to take all of our rentals and we're just not going to do them anymore. We're not going to rent anything. If our mics break, they break. Kids are going to have to sing louder. Is that bad? No, I've been asking them to sing louder for freaking 20 years. Okay. So maybe they will finally. Costume rentals. We're going to utilize our costume closet as best we can. We have a lot of costumes. We're in a big pile, sort of in this big closet. This is going to give our 8th grade students in my act class a chance, and our high school kids a chance to go down and straighten out our costume closet. We should have done it a while ago. Let's look at things positively. Again, I'm not trying to be pie in the sky, but we really need to be positive about this because we have so much talent in our school, and we're going to in the high school. We're not going to use live orchestras anymore. We've always used live bands, whether 3, 4, 10. Chorus line we use 12. Spring Awakening we used 8. We're not going to do that anymore. We're going to ask everybody to help us out and utilize student talent. I have to tell you, in the past that has not worked out very well, but that's okay. If we have to use CD tracks, we'll use CD tracks, or we'll have someone play the piano and do the best we can. This can work because this is going to be a student-centered sort of year rather than big production-centered. And so you're going to find me as I go through these figures in the next 5 to 10 minutes, diverting away from them for a moment, so please be patient. The figures you're seeing when you look at professional orchestra replaced with students, that may not happen, but that's what we hope. And Eric has such a great relationship with kids that may work. I hope we can make that work. If we can't, we'll do something else. I don't know what it's going to be. Costume rentals are not going to happen. What does that mean? Well, some of our directors feel like that means we have to do more contemporary work, shows that perhaps don't involve a lot of costumes. We're not doing Music Man in high school. We can't with the costumes. It's too much. So is that the end of the world? No, that's not the only show in the world. We'll find something. We're not going to rent lights. We're going to use the lights we have. And by the way, we have a good lighting system in our auditorium. The sound system's not so great, but we'll work with it. And I hope you'll be surprised at how good what we do is. That's what I really hope. Now, this is the part that gets a bit emotional for me. When we got to the 4th grade, we were kind of stymied because we didn't know what to do. We were like $6,000 short. Well, Lori Walton stepped forward and she said, I've been here a long time. Hastings has done a lot for me. And I've given a lot to the district. And she has. She and her husband both. So she said, I can cut out choreographer, music director, tech. And we'll do whatever we can with production costs. And I'll just take a director's fee. And essentially, we'll be able to do the same kind of show that we've done. Now, the 4th grade is an interesting show because it's back and forth between the high school and Hillside. Amy can tell you about that. We're assuming, I don't know what the details are of the construction, but we're assuming it's back to the high school next year. In the last week of rehearsal for the 4th grade show, I want you all to know that we literally have to walk the whole cast down from Hillside with parents and others down to the high school so they can have a sort of a tech week kind of thing on the high school stage so they can do their show there. Once the show's back to Hillside, whenever that is, I don't know what the particulars are. We'll deal with that when it comes. But we feel like we can still do a good 4th grade show by cutting those out. And what Lori's going to do, and I'm amazing that she stepped forward with this. I've never seen a director or anyone take less money, but what we're going to do is shorten the rehearsal time. The show's going to essentially, Amy, I promise you, if you're still here, remain the same. It's just going to be a shorter, more condensed rehearsal time at Hillside. We'll get the kids down that week. We'll walk them down. We'll get them down like we did last year. What that will entail, well, so there's your $6,100. There's your Maureen. There's your $15,575. Melissa and Maureen and I were on a call a few days ago about this. Two people who have been extraordinarily supportive of me and the whole program. Thank you, Melissa and Maureen. What is going, so there's our cuts. That keeps the 5th and 6th grade show separate. Is it a pain in the ass? Yes. Does it work best? I believe it does, because I think it gives the audience and the kids the best experience that they can have. The kids will still have in the 5th grade their own show. The kids in the 6th grade will still have their own show. It's not going to be a pared down show, mind you. The talent's going to be utilized. It's just going to look different. If we combine the shows, what we have is about 150 kids in what will be essentially a choral production. We can't, there's no show with 150 kids. So that's what that will look like. I'll do either one. We will do either one, and they'll be fine. But I think keeping the 5th and 6th grade will not impact other shows. So that's the advantage of that. Separating them will, because we're cutting $15,000 plus. But it gives us a challenge to take every single show, simplify them, utilize what we have, and make them far, far more, if you will. Every show's kid center, we know that, but less production values and more kid center. The kids will have a good experience, I think, better in the 5th and 6th grade show remaining separate. I was asked some time ago to make that decision myself. I'm not an administrator, so I'm not going to do that. I'm going to rely on the board, assistant superintendent, and whoever else makes these decisions to make it. Whatever you give us, we'll be happy with, and we'll do it. The one thing I will close with this, either way, the tech program that Gillian Husofsky has built up and does such an amazing job with
Gerard,
is going to take a bit of a hit either way. Because, sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes,
Can you hear me
Gerard.
now? Okay, sorry.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. The tech program is going to take a little bit of a hit because we're just not going to have a lot of tech. There just isn't going to be a lot of tech. Now, if you saw the 6th grade show and you saw that program, you could actually look and see that there were 40 kids, 40, on tech alone for a 6th grade show, and 40 kids in the cast. That's 80 kids in a 6th grade show. We're not going to have room. I mean, we didn't even have 40, we didn't have 40 tech stuff for 40 kids to do for the 6th grade show. But Gillian's able to have kids teach kids, and we can kind of maneuver it. And really, finally, the problem we have, Valerie, is numbers. We have so many kids in these shows, as you know. 80 kids in a 6th grade show makes no sense. Well, you know what? I'm laughing all the way to the bank because I think it's fantastic. So putting 80 kids in the 6th grade show, 80 kids in the 5th grade show, which, by the way, was a week and a half away from going up on the stage before school was canceled. We owe those kids something next year, don't we? Putting those kids together in 150 plus, it's not going to happen. So I would urge the board to keep them separate. It's more of a problem because, to sum up, it's going to affect other shows. But I think for everyone, we can give kids the experience they need, and we can still give people who come into our theater. And boy, do we have a public hungry for theater. I don't have to tell you that. We're still going to give them, I think, something that they can really be proud of. Next, please, anyone that wants to talk. I'm here to take questions. Melissa, take it away, or whoever.
I do want to talk. I absolutely just want to say thank you, because I recognize that this was not an easy charge, and everyone on this call recognizes that. And you approached this with a spirit of utmost professionalism and optimism and collaboration with the people with whom you work. And in a difficult situation, it was really exemplary. And I just wanted to say thank you. I thought that the solutions that you came up with were very creative and were very child-centered. So that is what I wanted to say.
Thanks. I'm just really excited to get back to school.
Oh, go ahead.
I just wanted to second Melissa's comments. I really felt your passion there, and that even though this was incredibly tough to do, you were very thoughtful and creative and still came at it with an open mind, and that's just very evident. So thank you so much.
Yes, Gerard, thank
Allison.
you so much for
I
your
want to
problem
say the
solving
same
and
thing.
creativity, and at the same time weighing the need for there to be an experience across K-12. So thank you so much for doing that.
Yeah, I'd
Thanks,
just like
Valerie.
to chime in and thank you as well, Gerard, because I think that the no frills approach that you brought to this process, given the challenges that were kind of confronting us in this predicament, really shows how, you know, educators, when called upon, dig deep and manage to achieve the same spirit that is rewarding to the student population and that lends so much to, you know, the arts and all the creative programs that we have in our district. So I just really want to express my heartfelt appreciation for what you do on a daily basis, along with those folks who were tasked in addressing the situation. So know that it's very, you know, the appreciation is very deeply felt.
Thank you, Sylvia. You know, the district has always been there for us. It has. And we feel like now maybe we can do something interesting that we haven't. I never even thought of doing anything like this. This came out of nowhere on a Wednesday afternoon, and suddenly we're a little energized by it. Don't quote me on that. Valerie, don't quote me on that now. But we're a little energized by it and seeing what we can do with our kids and the talent they have, and putting them in a kind of different theatrical situations. We certainly have the talent, not just with our kids, but we have the talent with our directors too. There were some people who've directed here in the past, and I wasn't sure whether they were going to again. But somehow, when people come together to solve a problem, and it involves a stage and a theater and kids and the public and the thousands of people that come to see our shows, well, and we know going in, this did not happen in the middle of August. We know going in what we have. We'll do what we can to make this work.
That's great. Thank you, Gerard. I did like your strategic use of expletives at a board meeting too. That was well peppered. Well peppered.
Oh, what did I say?
Oh, I won't remind you. They were flowing. They were just flowing.
Okay, sorry.
No, it was well. It worked. Thank you. I think it was really.
Gerard, thank you.
I would say to the board, if you could, this is really your call. You know, which one of these you want to do. We start putting the calendar together sometime in, you know, toward sort of middle of June, end of June, and we work on the calendar right through July. The PTSA, their calendar, they want to know early on what our schedule looks like. If we keep the shows separate, this is going to affect kind of, you know, how we schedule what we do. So I'm not saying, can you please let us know if it's, you know, separating the shows or, you know, putting them together. We don't need to know that tomorrow. But if you could let us know as soon as possible, because Rachel, Gillian, and I, and Lori, and John, we're going to start working on the calendar. Since there's no calendar this year, we're going to start working on next year's calendar as soon as we can. We gave you something in a couple of days. I would appreciate in a couple of weeks. Valerie, I don't know if that works for you or not, in just letting us know what your decision is about what to do with this. Is that possible, Valerie?
I think it is, Gerard, because you know, there have been some details that, as you know, we've had to tie down. But I think, you know, it's in our best interest to kind of, you know, make sure that we're prepared, just simply because of some additional details that Maureen will discuss further that will, you know, promote the notion of us getting, you know, to coming to some conclusions, you know, as soon as possible this week, so that, you know, we can, in fact, you know, make those decisions so that you and your team can go forward and do what you need to do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gerard.
Just
Okay,
putting out
so
one last
Okay,
thing.
good night, everyone.
Good night. I hope somebody's HEF or another community organization is watching and might want to step in to help him out in some of these areas, especially the tech stuff that Gillian does, because there are so many additional students who benefit from that experience
Right.
and that bonding that they don't have another outlet for. So I hope somebody
Correct.
out there is listening and interested from a community group.
Thank you, Allison.
Yep.
Thank you all.
Thank
Great
you,
to see you.
Gerard.
Take care.
okay, want to keep going?
Okay, we can do the COVID expenses fairly quickly. Next slide, please. So recently there was conversation at the board work sessions around the possibility of a summer compensatory program. And the purpose of a compensatory program is really to provide supplemental learning for children to make up for missed skills and missed knowledge. In this case, it would be due to COVID-19. So this is a pretty self-explanatory slide. It would be a new 6-week summer program for up to 5 hours a day to provide services for students with IEPs, English language learners, and Section 504 students. And it would include related services. There would be food, there would be possible transportation if needed, and the estimated cost to enroll approximately 75 students is around $225,000 to $275,000. And if needed, we would offer credit recovery and content recovery for high school students using an online resource. The next few bullets, Maureen, if you want to take those regarding facilities and budgetary.
Okay. Yeah, so again, these are items that are not yet factored into our current budget proposal that the board has, but these are some other items that have come up as we've been thinking about next year's budget. And if in fact this were to continue the COVID-19, which we're all hearing through next year, you know, planning for either additional cleanings that may be required and the cost of the overtime and supplies to address that if we had, you know, a few outbreaks in the upcoming fall. Also thinking about what does that mean in terms of our staff. If there's people that are either quarantined or a family member of theirs is quarantined, are we going to be seeing an uptick in both our leave replacement or substitute costs across the system? And again, you know, also taking into account our cleaners who are the ones who are exposed to it. You know, we do have people out currently for other reasons also, but if in fact any of them were exposed, what that could look like in terms of replacing cleaner costs as well as teachers or anyone else in the system. Loss of state and federal revenue. Again, this is not so much as an expense, but you know, we'll be talking about this after we kind of cover the rest of our agenda tonight in terms of what the governor has been saying, what we're being told by the state, and why, you know, our conversation around where this budget's going to land may not yet be finished because of many people are talking about the governor, at least in this past week, has been saying a 20% reduction in aid, and he has said that on multiple news conferences, and the director of budget and our counterparts at the state level have told the school district to prepare for that. And currently we've only prepared for a 5% reduction in state aid loss. So, you know, we would be looking at a considerable amount of further reductions to balance our budget. And again, these are not items that yet have been added into, and we'd have to factor that. Again, additional bus runs. I was talking about this with my colleagues, that there was a social distancing and that had to be put in. How do you social distance on our in-district busing when you have children sitting 3 across in a seat? And some districts were talking about, are we going to be asked to, if there were outbreaks, to provide additional bus services so we could social distance children? Again, not to say that that's set in stone, but this things to be thinking about as we think about not only revenue losses, but some other additional expenses that we might incur and why those need to be factored into whatever the final budget ends up being. I'm good on that slide. We can go in transportation. Okay, so this is again really just looking at our private schools.
Maureen,
Yes.
Melissa, is there the possibility that the summer program would be virtual? I mean,
so
that might happen
we
also.
talked a little bit, and Melissa can speak to that.
Jody, we talked a little bit about that. There's still a lot of uncertainty. We were thinking that if it was a situation where we anticipated we might be coming back to school, the preference would be to think about shifting it to more of a before after school type model and working through the logistics around that. We haven't yet explored the online option. We were very optimistic that we are at some point coming back. So for now, we're really exploring the second option being either a before or after school program, but nothing's off the table.
I think you're more
And in addition, Jody, in my conversation today, like Maureen and Melissa, we have weekly conversations with superintendents and others. And one of the options today that was pretty attractive was this notion of sharing the services, the summer school, or whether it's a traditional summer school that some people are talking about because that's what they've traditionally offered, or a program like this that targets children who are most likely to be impacted, fairly significantly by the fact that they haven't been in school since March 18th. So there are some sharing cost options, rather than having everyone offer, whether it's a virtual program. And I do think realistically we have to go into any thoughts, in the future, contemplating that there's probably going to be some virtual learning inserted somehow or another, and that we have to plan for that, rather than maybe waiting to see, whether we're actually going to have children back in our district, in September. But the cost sharing conversation today was very promising, and all the districts are in the same predicament and realize that they have to offer some services to youngsters, because then it's going to be that much more difficult for the children when they do in fact return. And of course that then makes it even more stressful for not only those children, but the educators too, who know that the children have significant gaps when they return, and then feel that much more stressed about trying to help trying to ensure that those children have those gaps closed at the same time that they're trying to figure out what they should be focusing on at the beginning of the year. So we're hoping to not to have that be the case. So virtual, if that means we're not coming back, we'll plan for that, but we'll certainly be planning for cost sharing with some of our neighbors.
And I just wanted to take the opportunity to again just thank the administrative team. There's already been a significant amount of planning that's been involved, and that's been collaborative and thoughtful work, and we will continue to move forward with that.
Okay, Janine, you could advance the slides, please. Next, okay. So I was asked to look at specifically our out-of-district students, non-special ed that are attending private schools, and to see what options there may be to offer an alternative to what we're currently providing to them. So again, this is just a quick overview. We went over these numbers last week. We have 23 students currently. This is counting for 1920, so it may look different next year depending upon requests. We have more, just to be clear, we have more than that number attending. These are just the people who attend, who request transportation. We actually have more students who go to private schools than this, but some just don't option for the transportation. Their parents, I guess, drive them. 9 of those students are in grammar, in elementary level programs. And we have 14 currently in the high school. 3 out of the 14 are actually have siblings that would be going to the same schools. And if we talked about not changing, I guess the directive was that they would not be comfortable changing their transportation for kids in elementary level students. And because of that, there are 3 siblings that happen to be going to the same schools. They would not be, it wouldn't make sense because we already have a bus going there, right? So we're paying an incremental cost, but the savings wouldn't be as great. That currently would leave 11 students going to 6 schools. The overarching cost for all the students at 23 is about $158,000, because I just was the last one, I think I missed one of the runs on there, and that's why when I went back and calculated it, We received some aid back on that, approximately about 35 to 40,000. We do get back on those runs. There are savings opportunities that we can explore. Currently we're in a really unusual position because we got dropped by our out-of-district provider, and we are looking to have our own in-district Quad Village program. And by doing that, some of the blips or some of the pricing that we're currently experiencing, we may be able to address with our own buses anyway. So I think that is another option. And again, we don't know where we're going to end up with that because it's actually a huge undertaking, and that's been actually a lot of my energy and time the last couple of weeks is and my colleagues, because it's creating a transportation program that doesn't exist, right? So has been focused on that. But I do think if we had our own, we would actually see we'd be able to manage these costs much better. But that being said, if we did not have that and we ended up going for an out-of-district contract, if we couldn't get that in place, we would be looking, we're really looking at those 11 students, right? So the options there would be either to go into a parental contract with those parents or to substitute a public transportation. And again, it depends upon, there's different reasons that depending where the school is located, we have some students that are attending schools, one school in particular in Riverdale, somebody like that may be more likely to take the MTA service, or maybe possibly Masters or something like that. There are some of the locations that are quite difficult to get to and would require more transfers on public buses. So currently, I think in looking at that, looking at either providing any of that, our goal would be to get those costs down. And if we were to go with either of those two, we could potentially save between 50 and 60,000. I think the one thing I was thinking about with especially the Beeline buses, and if any of you've seen them lately, they have all the people sitting in the back, right? Because they're not letting anyone sit up near the driver. So I do think we have to think of this in terms of COVID and like, would we be comfortable asking, I think that the Beeline buses right now, with the current operation of them, I think I could see some of the parents being concerned in light of what I shared with even our own in-district busing, being concerned about having the social distancing on those buses. So I would just say that that's also, as I was thinking about that, that would be something that I don't know if that people would be, in considering that in the fall. I think the Beeline buses are in any public transportation where we could not guarantee the cleanliness we can on the buses. And I just think that is something which is a little bit different than it has been in past years to consider, because our buses are sanitized each time a student prior to them getting on and when they get off. So in looking at that, I just want to break down the routes and give you some of the ones that I'm next slide, Janine. So this slide demonstrates, and again, sometimes, you see these amounts, and private busing is extremely expensive. And this is just to give you a sense of what our current run structure. And again, these are, as I've mentioned, are impacted by two things: by our own students who attend a variety of schools and what the other in the quad are currently doing. So the years that our quad neighbors have more students who attend these schools, we can see sometimes these numbers come down significantly. There's times that some of these runs are a fraction or a fourth of what you see, because maybe they in the quad there's more students going to some of these schools, and other times if there's graduations, we'll see some of these numbers bump up. So these numbers are pretty fluid year to year. One of the things I do want to mention that is not factored in here, because this is our current year cost, I did mention to the board that Edgemont has now joined our consortium, and these numbers, I've already factored that into a savings for next year that I've already demonstrated in our budget thus far. That they are going to be jumping on all of the private school buses. So they have, I think, 40 or over 40 students who attend private schools, and also we'll be sharing special ed buses with them as well. But we anticipate, these numbers, just by the virtue of Edgemont coming on our runs, to be less next year, because we'll now be sharing yet with another district. But again, you can see the routes that Hackley would remain unchanged. Fordham may be an opportunity to speak to some parents. Fieldston, Holy Child, potentially a parent contract, but difficult to get to. Masters, I think we have an opportunity to, speak to some of the families there and see if we can either provide a parent contract for the transportation or some type of bus service or MTA, because they do have a van that goes to the train station now, which they didn't previously have. And Marie Regina too may be a possibility for a parent contract. And again, the Ursula and I are prep. But I think, again, there may be a few I think that are likely, but I guess, depending on the board's direction, on this, and just so you know, none of the other river towns are considering doing this, because I think many of them are hoping that we'll get the savings when he was quiet the entire time, and now he's going to bark when I talk. But when we get our new buses, but this is kind of, it is expensive. As we all know, we do spend $1 million on our out-of-district transportation, and this is one piece of it. The other $800,000 is to support our both parentally placed special ed and our own special ed students that we place. But we do have some opportunities here, and I know the board asked me to bring it to you for discussion, and I guess I'll take my direction from the board, how you want to do this, because I think it's, it would be a change in what we offer. This would, be the first time we would be changing how we're transporting students. So I just, leave whatever you want me, however you want me to go forward, I will.
Let me just throw something out to maybe frame the conversation, Maureen, which is, first, thanks for going back and looking through in detail. I mean, it kind of goes for everyone on this call. It's never comfortable to go back and keep looking at these things from so many different angles, but this is helpful. I think this is helpful just in general to better understand how some of these things break down. To me, there's two different questions here. One is, how do we go about busing in transporting kids, at the end of this year? Should we come back? Probably unlikely, next year. There's so many variables. And so the question, we don't really know the answer, how we're going to do it all. The second question, so that's how we can do the busing, and that's up in the air. You're still negotiating that. It might be that you're still negotiating some of that by the time we even have to pass this budget. So we don't know. And then the second question is, what do we put in the budget right now as a line item in order to do a placeholder? And I want to just separate those two so we don't end up kind of debating pros and cons of different decisions that we don't have a ton of clarity on right now. And what do we put in the budget? As I look at these costs, you look at there's 24 kids here in this out-of-district private. Question that comes up for me, you raised one. If we think about, hey, let's put them on other public transportation, is that really the right thing to do in the middle of a pandemic? Number two, we don't even know how many of these people want to send their kids on a bus in the next 6 months. It could be that number 24 drops to 15, and that can have a positive or a negative impact on the cost. Because if every district is the same, all of a sudden we're still running the buses, but for much fewer kids. And so I just think there's so much up in the air right now. Whether the number we're at right now is the right number, I don't know. You have a better idea of that.
Well, one thing just to jump in there, you mentioned, whether parents would want to send their kids on a bus. Maureen, don't they have to let us know by a certain date pretty soon if they want to use buses?
No, they do. But I think what Doug just means, I think, is busing in general. If we were in the pandemic, people may not be sending their kids on buses in general. I think it is a broad statement. I think they would still sign up, Jeremy, and then if things
that's one thing.
Normal, they would use it. Is that what you meant, Doug?
One thing I think we should do is, last year, we spoke at some finance committee meetings about making it really clear, like making a push to see if, especially the master school, it's like 3 miles away, if there was a parent subsidy, making a push to see if we can even just chop away at a couple parents who wanted to take the parent subsidy. I personally don't think that the public bus is a great option. But the fact is, these 24 students, it's parents who have decided that they wanted to take their kids out and pay for, an expensive private school, not because of the special ed reason. So I think that I'd love to see us make it really clear. I don't know when we ask if they want to sign up for busing, if we lay out that it's $10,200 for their kid or $11,000.
I just want to say, Jeremy, like I said, there's times some of these routes. So masters, I just want to also highlight this. This is some of those kids are in the lower school. So again, we wouldn't be able to eliminate that bus completely because we have children there that are younger on that. So unless the parents would agree to a parental contract, I mean, the board directed me that they don't want to ask any younger, students to that would have to go on, the train or something. Not all of them are siblings in that situation. So, that the masters is going to be tricky unless a parent wanted to, because we'll still have to run a bus there anyway because of the age of the students.
Will we save money?
Jeremy, we don't have that direct cost. I don't get those costs till probably sometime in September, because once the routes are all finalized and the share seats are done, we don't know, because it's all dependent on the way they try to make the runs. And the runs are adjusted multiple times through October. So when people apply, like right now, I don't even know who's applied so far because they're still in the process of, tracking, because people will apply that are not eligible. There's a lot of different things. They have to check everything. The routing, like I said, Edgemont's coming in. And also because we're in the middle of this huge undertaking of trying to create our own in-district program.
I guess the question is, if someone takes the parent option, does that save us money? Or you're saying that sometimes it doesn't make a difference?
Well, if it was on masters, it would, but they get the IRS limit. So there's been times we years ago had a parent option. It was actually cheaper to put them on a shared bus, because if the child is, say, going to Rhine, you have to pay them 56 cents a mile, right? And then that ride a day round trip is, I don't know, like 30 miles. There's a potential sometimes that if there was a lot of kids on a particular bus, you could almost do it for less. But the other piece with the parent contract is there are things like they do have to go through a DMV check, like the vehicle has to be registered. It can't be the student driving the vehicle. It has to be the parent driving it. There's a lot of different pieces. I think schools do it and it can work. And I think I think some of these, there may be an option there. I think it's something that a lot of parents wouldn't be aware of it. So, if we're going forward with that, we can absolutely, I think there are few opportunities as I look, and maybe for some parents, it would work really well for them and they'd be happy, to do that. And they may not always realize what the cost is, because we don't call them up and say, your kid's bus cost this or that.
I do think we should lay out
for savings.
I do think we should lay out what the estimated cost is. You see that now on when I get on W-2, it says what my company paid for their portion of health insurance, and it makes it very clear that you're getting more value there. So I do think it makes sense to do that. One other question is, if a parent decided they wanted to drive their kid, but they didn't need the parent option, could they get a tax deduction for the amount that the school is saving? No.
I think one other underlying assumption is that these 8 different independent schools are going to have their full terms running during the school year next year. And, they may have rolling closures, and they're going to be different than the public school closures. So in terms of contracting busing, it might look very different next year.
Well, even this year, we didn't spend this much because we haven't paid our busing. If we don't pay it, these costs will be, this is actually a fully annualized cost. So this year, we're not even paying this because we haven't paid our busing for March. I mean, we only paid a fraction of March for these schools. We're not paying April, May, or June, right? So, and a lot of these schools, they kind of end a little earlier than we do typically anyway. So, and some of them I think have already closed. So the cost this year were actually, closer. This was just taking it what it would have been annualized, because I think that's the way you have to kind of look at it. But the actual expense this year was is going to be much less because of the schools being closed. We're not paying those fees right now. But I can tell you that all the bus companies. Sure.
Yeah, just because the administrators are still holding, they're still in the meeting. So is there any need for them to stay around, or may they exit the meeting?
Yes, are you asking me or?
Yeah, for the board. Is there a need, does the board need to speak to any, the building leaders or special educators, Jesse or Jeanette, for any reason?
I think they can go home.
I take that as a no. Okay, thank you so much, administrators. Have a good evening. Get home safely. You actually are at home safely, so go to sleep. Thank you.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, guys.
Thank you.
Thank
Good night.
Everybody.
Thank you. Thank you.
What I do want to make sure, though, there's two different conversations. So the current line item, I don't have it right here in front of me. Is it still like 1.4, Maureen?
Yeah. But I just wanted to, I want to talk about that line item. And like I've said before, right now, we're going to have to be really, going to have to go in and make some modifications to our busing anyway, because I think I mentioned we got dropped. And right now, we may have we're going to probably have a large increase in our busing next year. We're looking, even if we take it in district, our first year startup cost, we're looking at probably a 20% increase over what we're currently paying, right? We're talking like that somewhere. And if we do it in district, our busing, we won't have the option not to pay the expenses, right? This year,
Can I just throw this out though? Is there anyone here who, so I'll start and say that just given the variability in what we're going to be up against from a busing perspective, I'm comfortable leaving it where it is, realizing that Maureen and her colleagues around the county are going to be working very hard to figure out how to get costs down. But right now, I don't feel comfortable we have enough of a view to those costs, especially given the fact that we've got to potentially go out and renegotiate. Yeah, there may be a year in which we get our own buses, but when can we make that happen? There's a timing issue. I just don't want to be caught in a cash flow position where we haven't budgeted cash properly for some sort of problem. So I personally feel comfortable right now leaving it at 1.4, recognizing that Maureen is going to be out there working to find other efficiencies. And it may be that in subsequent years it goes down. I just don't have that view to that now. And I'm comfortable leaving that number as it is. But that's what I want to get everyone's opinion on right now.
And I just want to say, as far as the masters, I had talked to my colleagues today. I'm like, we have to get a van or some type of vehicle to do those short runs for the really close. Those things, like, I think it is, and it's nothing about the kids going there. We need to, as a quad, and all of us have kids going to masters from even Irvington, and we're all paying this, like, it's kind of interesting. We're paying more for those runs than a lot of the across, Westchester runs. So that's, I think we definitely need to get some of these line items down because it just really doesn't make sense. And if not, I definitely think, though, exploring the parental contract, I have no issue reaching out to some of these people and offering it to them where we can save money, because some of them actually may prefer it. I think that's always a good thing. And I think we can move forward and at least do that. But I think the public transportation, right now, with, like you said, I'd rather just have the money in the budget, see where our options are. If we're able to get some vehicles, which we definitely are going to get some vehicles this year, see how expansive that can be and see what, how we can get these numbers down.
That makes sense to me.
Same here. Maureen, one quick question. Is there any possibility of, I don't know, renting or leasing out a van to do some of? Just looking at the very close places, Hackley, Masters, that's a pretty big chunk of change that we spend to take, a few kids to school. Or would that not be worth it?
That's what I was saying, Jody. We are in the process of trying to expand and do it, because I think on certain runs like that, absolutely. And when you have your own vehicles, there's more opportunities for runs like that to be
It's fine.
reduce. Although just transportation in general is an extremely, even with doing it in district, I will tell you, it's a very expensive service in general across the board, whether in or out. But certainly we can get those type of outliers more in line. I would say that the Hackley is actually not as, I mean, the Masters one really, just because of the proximity to Hastings, really is a standout in my opinion on that one. And again, maybe some of the fields, and we've had success in the past where sometimes maybe not so much after COVID, but sometimes these kids as they get older, junior and senior, they actually prefer to take the fields in particular because they actually do have a van service from the train stations. Some of those schools in Riverdale do provide that. So I think there's opportunities, sometimes also depending on the student's age, you know, and they prefer it sometimes traveling with their classmates on the train. So I think we can pursue that right now. So I guess, but no one is really interested in the public transportation. I mean, I'm just trying to get a feel for that. Is that a no?
I think it's just good that we have it as an option, but
Okay.
I'm not, is anyone else?
This is like a continue to speak about, but leave the budget as is, and then come back to, once we have a better understanding of where we are in the quad with what the options may be for these runs. Is that correct?
I agree with that.
Okay, perfect. Okay, you can go to the next one, Janine. So this is kind of, you know, first we'll start here and then we'll talk about just kind of where the state budget is. I don't know whether many people have either heard the governor or had an opportunity to read some of what he shared this weekend. And his director of budget, what they have advised school districts to do now is to wait to May 15th for updated state aid figures. I believe that they may also, my guess is also not only that they're looking at that April 30th measurement period, but I believe that states and, you know, obviously New York and other states as well are looking to see if the federal government is also going to provide any type of relief and what that'll look like. I'm sure that that's a piece of it because, and then, you know, it'll allow the state also to kind of get have a good indication. Right now, the budget vote, many districts, again, based upon that comment, the director of budget of New York State said districts should wait till May 15th, till after May 15th to finalize their budget. That is the advice given to us from the state. That means that the idea that we were going to potentially adopt our budget next week, most districts were looking to that potentially that date. Based upon this and, you know, getting a sense of we'll have better information, people are now waiting. We do not know what that means. That means that the vote cannot be on June 2nd because it wouldn't allow for the time frame in which we need to advertise and have a budget hearing and other legal requirements prior to having that. So we're assuming at this point, the governor, and we're hoping we'll get more clarifications in the week. That means that I guess the vote is at this point sometime in mid-June to fit within the guideline if they're telling us to wait to after May 15th to adopt our budget. And that's why the budget adoption's TBD. Tax warrants, that's problematic. Usually we issue our tax warrant in the beginning of June to the town of Greenburgh so that they can actually create the tax bills for us. So again, this is just going to delay that process. But I'm assuming that they'll be able to make sure that districts that they're able to issue the tax bills. I don't know how that's going to affect them. I guess it's not a huge delay in when we typically send it to them, but we don't know if there'll be any impact in terms of the town's ability to get all the tax bills issued in the town. But this would be across the state, so it's not going to be unique to the town of Greenburgh. But the one piece I really wanted, that Valerie and I, you know, just talked about today, the governor has consistently over the last 2 weeks has said 20% reduction. Districts should plan for a 20% reduction in state aid. All of my colleagues now that I was speaking to, you know, over almost every day I'm speaking to them on different calls with different parts. Everyone is really basically taking what he's saying and going in and looking to reduce their state aid 20%. As we've talked about, everyone knows we've only reduced ours 5%. So we would be looking, but that would probably be 20% of foundation aid, not 20% of the total, because some of those expenditure-driven aids should probably be okay. So that would be more or less another $400,000 or $500,000 of reductions for us at this point. I think there's a, again, this is what most people, he said it, and he said it multiple times, and actually he said it again yesterday, and, he said it last week, and his director of budget is actually saying that. And
I heard it today.
Yeah, and they're saying that in addition, they said to plan for this to be through the 2024 year, right? They said that the state projections right now, they're going to be down through 2024, that they're looking at like a $65 billion deficit. Right now, they're at a $13 billion deficit. They were only at a $1 billion deficit when the first relief package came in, right? So, and they only restored $1 billion from the federal government. That would mean that they would have to, 13 times that in order to close the current state gap. And as we know, the longer the state stays closed, that gap will just, continue to widen. So I think, I feel like every time we make some headway in one direction, it's like, okay, but the reality is we may be looking at a much, much larger reduction we'll have to look at. In addition, I know the board knows this, there's, we're concerned that we identified some money we're not saving this year. If there's any reason legally that we may have to pay these bus contracts, that's still a possibility. So some of the money we're banking on saving right now is not, free and clear at this point. We still, I'm assuming that the sports for the rest of the year are canceled, but that has not been, they canceled, I think, they said something about the end of year championships or something today in section 1, but they still have not, canceled some of those. So, I think we're still, even if we have some money left at the end of this year, that's still not going to cover, those type of reductions. If that is what we're going to be faced with in a week or two, we have to come down to the reality that we need to find those reductions, beyond what we've already discussed. So, most of my counterparts, they are preparing for it. You have to prepare for it, and then if there's some type of federal restoration, then you deal with it at that point. But I think we can't wait till the 15th and then decide, oh, we're going to find another, $500,000 or $600,000. We just can't do that. And we also have to consider the COVID expenses. If we were to add those back, that would be the only time we would use some of the savings we have this year, because that's a one-time expense. You cannot, use that money to, hold on jobs for a year, because it's just not, it just won't, not the way to do things, So I think right now the biggest budget challenge is trying to figure out, we just went, and thank you for Gerard, but in thinking about that, and then having this looming $500,000 deficit over our heads is, something we really have to move forward with and prepare for. And then if in fact, for some reason, the federal government gives some money to the state and we don't lose as much, then we could then, make decisions from there. But I think we need to move forward because we have no other information. That's everything that has been told to us. And I know Valerie's, her counterparts are planning for that, I'm sure, Valerie. And that's what we've been directed by the controller and the director of budget, New York State, and the governor. So I don't know what other information to use.
Well,
Yeah, this is a reality, and I think the only thing that, if you can say, that will, help us is by Thursday we're going to know. We're going to know what the expectation is for this particular assessment. But remember, there are two more: June 30th and December 31st. So, my thinking is that we certainly, unless of course. I don't know if the degree to which the board is prepared to start thinking about where else in the budget we would take reductions, because now, you've seen the schedule, you've seen where things are, and, there's a philosophy around, what we offer and, how much of what we offer. But, this particular assessment is going, we're not talking about, Schedule Bs, we're talking about staff now. If we have those kinds of reductions, as both Maureen and I heard very clearly, there's some significant decisions that have to be made. So, I would suggest that the board, thinks about what that could be, before we go back to the budget managers after we get the assessment on Thursday, And, you know, there's some other decisions that are going to have to be made. I would suggest that we use the May 5th board meeting that we do have planned. It could be converted into, you know, a work session, given that, you know, we don't really have a firm date. And as Maureen said, you know, the recommendation is that we not, you know, move forward, you know, beyond May 15th with any decisions about, you know, adopting a budget. So that's what we know, and that's where we are at this point. You know, it's pretty frightening to consider what we heard about, you know, a 20% reduction.
And he's been consistent. I mean, I think in any newspaper you pick up, even it's talking about that. I mean, that's been consistent all week. He's been saying it. I think the more he says it, and I think even just seeing, you know, knowing the, you know, New York State economy has pretty much been shut down for almost 2 months at this point, or, you know, going to be close to it, or 7 weeks. So it definitely is something I think we have to plan for. I mean, I'm like just kind of losing sleep over this because it's like, you know, again, that's what, in speaking to all of my counterparts today in the river towns, and again, last week, I mean, districts are making substantial reductions right now. They're getting as close to that as possible. And I think we have to plan for it. And again, just in looking at that, and that's right from the state, I actually got emails today. It's a bleak financial outlook.
So let's you know, it's at 11 o'clock, almost 11 o'clock on a Monday night. I don't think we're going to come up with a lot of good ideas for how to cut closer to the bone than the bone. So I think we should hit the pause button on this conversation right now, and, you know, over the next few days, think about it and talk about it. There were, you know, there were some other things in the budget, though. How to approach special ed with the ICT, you know, teacher moving out of Hillside. Was there any more clarity on that, and did we want to go through that today, or is that something we want to talk about at the next meeting, or kind of where is that current conversation?
Oh, the special ed person from Hillside?
Yeah.
That's still a plan. That's still where we need to go, especially in light of what we just heard, you know, a few hours ago from Dr. Rufo. So that ICT position is not needed in Hillside, but is needed in the middle school to ensure that we're able to create at least at a 0.5 level the inclusion facilitator. So that movement allows us to create that position, and also within that position support teachers in differentiating and modifying assignments, lessons, assessments, and as well as accommodations. So to me, that's a very critical position for us to establish, especially again, since we've been talking about, you know, the impact on these, you know, on you know, children who receive mandated services as a result of being out since the 18th. The fact that, you know, we're probably, you know, it may not be that we even can offer or make available the compensatory program that we've been working on. So I think, you know, we need to think long term with regards to how do we at least move forward on the recommendations from Dr. Rufo, so that, you know, we at least have a plan around how to build capacity over time and to potentially mitigate some more serious issues with some of our learners who will be impacted fairly significantly by what's occurring. So it would be my recommendation to move forward on making sure that that ICT teacher moves to the middle school, and that that will result in us having 2 special educators who are duly certified in literacy, who will be able to support any child who requires mandated services, and also moves us forward in terms of strengthening our special education offerings and relying less upon the most expensive models in special education.
So can I just throw out a request that maybe we get down the specifics on that proposal on a slide or on so that the board can, I think the board is, you know, somewhat confused about how all the pieces and parts of that solution are going to work. And I think it's important that we just see it in black and white on a slide. So that we can better understand you know, where people are going and you know how they will be used, where their time is. So, for example, Dr. Rufo today talked about you know the possibility of a inclusion facilitator at 1. You've thrown that out. That we originally were planning at a 0.5. Certainly, I'll just kind of like spitballing here, it seems like 0.5 is a better solution than a 1 at this financial juncture. So you know, my gut sense is it'd be great to figure out, you know, maybe in a perfect world you'd have a 1, but it'd be great to figure out how we can make that a you know 0.5 right now. I just think there's a lot of moving parts the board's not really clear on as to how that'll work, and we just need to kind of see that laid out. And I'm going to throw it out there. And anyone on the board disagree with me if you don't feel the same way, that I don't know that it's going to be productive for us to have the conversation right now without seeing that clear articulation of how those roles will get shifted, changed, adopted, and who's going to own what. Does the board agree with me, or does someone have a different opinion that we should talk about this now?
Definitely not talk about it now.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's an important discussion, and I feel like having all the data in front of us will help us inform a decision at this point.
It's too late. The whole agenda still to go through.
Yeah, we still do the agenda.
Yeah. I forgot we have an agenda.
I also have people who want a public comment. I have people waiting to do public comment period.
Okay, so 4 more reasons why that's a good idea. Okay, so you know, I don't know when we're going to come back to that. Maybe it's not until May 5th, but we'll have to talk about that later to figure out when we're going to talk about that. Okay, so I think we're going to move along now, unless someone violently objects.
Doug, I just want to ask if the meeting on the 5th is going to start at 6 p.m. also, so it can be listed in the Rivertowns Enterprise at the correct time. May 5th is currently scheduled for 7:30 p.m. Do we start it at 6 p.m.?
6, let's do 6.
Okay.
Okay, business items and 4A. Anybody have any questions?
Can you get to the agenda, Janine? Because I don't.
Oh, hold on, I'll put it up, the agenda. 1 second, sorry.
Okay. The only question I had is number 8, Zoom. Everything's cool with whatever stuff Zoom was going through.
Yes, so I've been working with council on that and with the Lower Hudson Regional Information Center to make sure that they've cleaned everything up. We're good. We can move forward so that there's a choice in video conferencing tools.
So you're switching to be able to use Zoom?
No, it's really allowing some choice because Google Meet has been working well for us, but it only allows certain features, whereas Zoom also has small group breakout rooms. It has presentation tools. Yeah.
We use it, and I highly recommend it.
Yes, and Meet is fully integrated, so they both have pros.
So
anyone have any other questions?
So it's free for now, but then do we wind up getting charged at a certain point? Is it discounted until?
So that's a great question. It is supposed to start automatically renewing with a charge as of July 1st. However, I worked with Lyric to make sure that's not in our contract. So we are free until the end of June, and then we can revisit the decision whether or not to continue, and that there would be a licensing cost associated with that.
Anybody have any other questions about the 10 items on business items? Do I have a motion to approve items 1 through 10 under 4A?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
Lauren? Okay, all in favor? Just put a hand up. Okay. Got that, Janine?
Yeah, that's everyone.
Yeah. Well, are we able to see Sylvia now? I don't know. Okay.
Yes.
Let's see.
She's there. There.
She's
Okay.
back in action. Okay. Okay. Moving along. B, placement for CSE or CPSE services. Do I have a motion to approve these placements?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Who was the second?
Sylvia.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, personnel, appointments, retirements, amendments. Do we have any questions about 5, 10-year amendment? Right, okay. 5A through D. Okay. Do I have a motion to approve items under personnel 5A through D?
So moved.
Okay, second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Okay. Minutes from the 30th and the 3rd. Do I have a motion to approve these minutes? March 30th and April 3rd, I should be explicit.
So moved.
A second?
Second.
Okay, Lauren, all in favor?
Tim, you're not in favor?
Okay, so let's open it up now for second public comment. Janine, I'll let you.
Sure.
Facilitate.
If people are still hanging in there, is Barbara Rizzo on the line?
I am here. Could you guys hear me?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
So mind you, it's been a long night, as everyone knows, so trying to get my thoughts together. So my name is Barbara Rizzo, longtime resident of Hastings, and I wanted to talk about special education and what we heard earlier tonight from Dr. Rufo, and just how profound and how emotional it made so many of us feel when you see the data, right? In special ed these days, we talk about data. We talk about everything needs to be data driven. And I am now staring at my screen, looking at the percent proficient and the percent not proficient. And it's astounding when we live in a district that many people move to for the education. And we're talking about children with learning differences. We're not talking about children with cognitive differences. So these numbers are that much more astounding. How we're not able to reach them at the middle school level. We talked about vision, and Dr. Rufo talked about people not knowing what the vision was, and that becomes an issue. We talked about the data showing that what we're currently doing isn't working. And so, because obviously it's not working when we look at these percentages, so it has to change. And I can only imagine, as a person who works in a public school, budget is crazy. And I understand it's this for that. That's how budget works, right? If you're going to keep something, something else has to go. And at this time with COVID-19, on top of already a tight budget, that's I do not envy your decisions here. But when we talk about these numbers, and then we talk about things like Hastings being a very artsy place, and how quick these past 2 years we were to reinstate a music position that 2 years in a row was tried to be chopped. And I have nothing against, I love the arts, but you're talking about kids' fundamental rights to learn, you know, the 3 R's, reading, writing, and arithmetic, as opposed to music enrichment or Spanish and French enrichment, world language. I just want to make sure that when we talk about where are we going to find the money for different things, if we're able to quickly find the money for things that should be considered enrichment, please make sure that you're also considering that these are children's, this is a child's education. When we look at all those wonderful things that are offered at the high school, children who cannot become proficient are not going to even be able to take those. So it's further segregating them from all the wonderful things that Hastings should give as far as education. I listened to Dr. Henning Piedmont's audio message yesterday that she sent out to the district and shouting out the high school for some things that we should all be proud of. I have a lot of problems. I have a lot of issue right now being very proud of things coming out of our school system when 83% of our special education students are not proficient in math. You can't hide these numbers while still celebrating other things. You can't hide the fact that these are just, this is not enrichment. This is learning to read. This is learning your math. It's just not okay. We have to look to see who's benefiting. If we could find money in other places, then we have to find the money here because it's our children. Dr. Rufo said excellence and equity is what we should strive for, right? Excellence and equity together, not separate, not hide these numbers and really go for all the excellence in the enrichment.
Barbara, you'll need to wrap it up for the 3-minute time limit.
You got it. So that's just what I wanted to say is just remember that these are children's educations at the most basic level that we're missing hard at the FMS level. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Barbara.
Andy Zimmerman, are you here?
Yeah, I'm going to let you guys go. I just hope you all sleep the sleep of people who have a good conscience because you deserve it. That's all for now. I'll send you an email.
Okay.
I've the music before, but you know. All right. Bye-bye.
Nanisa Nunez, are you on the line?
Yeah, I'm here. First, I wanted to thank all of you for the presentations today. It was wonderful. I really enjoyed listening to Dr. Rufo, and I just had a question about that, and I was wondering if she would be invited back to further study the elementary school as well as and doing that deep dive the way that she did into the middle school, because I think the data that she presented was very interesting, and I think to get a holistic view of what our children continue to need, I think that that's really important. So that was one question. And then I also just wanted to make a comment regarding the comparison to FLES to the middle school Spanish position. And I would just caution the board when thinking about retaining of the Spanish position in 5th grade to not compare FLES with the middle school Spanish position, because FLES, as it has stood in the last 2 years, is more of a flex program, meaning it was an exposure to culture as opposed to a true language program, whereas in FMS, it is a true language class, meaning that 90% of the time, the teacher is speaking in the target language and children are really in an authentic learning experience. So I just wanted to caution the board to compare, oh, well, we chopped flesh, so maybe we should do that same to the 5th grade Spanish position. And thank you for all your hard work. I do not envy you.
Thank you. Is Elizabeth Hylika on the line still?
Yes, you got my name right, Janine.
Thank you.
I wanted to reiterate what Barbara said earlier about Dr. Rufo's presentation, and a question came up about timing. And yes, this is the right time because this is truly about education at its most basic level. there are students who continue year after year in our school system to not achieve the standards. The data that we were shown in a very, very frightening way, that we have children year after year that are not learning. So in regards to timing, I cannot reiterate how imperative it is that we do this now, because what else are we investing our money in that holds more value now and holds more value going forward than solid, sound, results-driven education? And I believe implementing Dr. Rufo's findings will have a profound impact on every student at FMS. And I'm unsure what else we can invest in that will yield the results and have the impact that adhering to those findings will. I don't know how we can digest such troubling and frankly terrifying data and continue to operate as business as usual. I think outside education, any other field would look at that data and make drastic moves. And I say that as an educator myself. Valerie said it very well in her comments that we owe this to our teachers. We owe it to them to commit to making them better teachers. Because now, and Lauren mentioned truly more than ever, the teachers need to be better for the students they will be receiving back. All children will return to school with many, many gaps in their learning. They will need to be taught by educators who are supported and who can provide them with quality education. Specifically speaking, that inclusion facilitator is such an important role in really enabling teachers to reach students who the data is showing are not being reached. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Right. Is Liam Hopwood on the line? Liam Hopwood? Okay. Jennifer Destin?
Hi, everyone. I wanted to
Is this Jennifer?
Yeah, hi, Jennifer Destin, 140 Fairmont Avenue. Hi. I wanted to continue to affirm and support the comments that were just made by Barbara and Liz. And I wanted to especially remind the board that this is not a new problem. We have been talking about special education, particularly the differences in proficiency among general education students and special education students since Dr. Katzman first reported her findings a few years ago. It's not getting better. And every year we sit through these budget discussions and we hear how we're prideful as a community because of our art, which I support and I agree. And I loved the diversity presentation today. But every time I walk away from these conversations, not understanding how we can be a prideful district around those issues and be absolutely okay with the children that we're leaving behind. I too was struck by Lou's presentation of all of those wonderful classes at the high school. And while I was looking at them, there was a part of me that was inspired and excited for my daughter. But that very quickly butt up against the reality that she's currently in a learning environment that is making it impossible for her to ever learn the fundamentals to be able to access those classes in high schools. This can't be a wait and wish thing, because our children in the middle school now, their career as learners will be profoundly impacted if this is not fixed. I so hope this is a priority, and I really hope that as a board, you continue to optimize this in the district. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen.
Do we have anybody else who wants to make a public comment? Okay, Doug, so you can continue.
Okay. Does anyone on the Board of Ed have a comment? Okay. I'll make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
So moved, and I want to thank Maureen also.
Welcome.
Have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Okay. All right. We will we'll kind of get our thoughts together and figure out next time. So far, it's March 5th. May 5th. I don't know if there's really. That's next week, right? So we'll talk this week and figure out if we need something beyond that. There's a lot of moving parts, and Thursday will be a big day when we figure out from the governor what.
Yeah, we'll definitely need like meetings after that, Doug, just because once we get a better sense of when the board has to adopt and do all those things. So we'll be adjusting our board schedule once we have better information on when the vote has to occur.
Okay.
And the adoption.
Okay. Have a good night, everyone. Thank you very much. Thanks for everyone's hard work.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you. Good night.